From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenges Series, powered by Crucial and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Baba Gusta. With me, I have my best friend and also our co-caster, Blackjack, as we are here to talk about the two of the best matches which will happen in this group stages. It will be an amazing one. We've had our two matches just like recently, Team Orangutan, man. Those are some best of threes. It went all the way towards deciders, and now we still have a lot of matches that needs to be done. Starting off, it will be Team Velocity, Team Velocity Gaming, who will go up against Team Reckoning Esports. Now, this match will be an amazing one. Jack, welcome to this. Welcome to the tournament. How do you feel about today's matchups?
Well, I'm both nervous and excited. Thank you for the beautiful introduction, Baba, and the welcome in to the Esports Club Challenger Series, folks. Yes, I am also a little new to Valorant as a game, as it were. I've done it a couple of times before as a caster, but on this level and on a stage like this, boy howdy, it is going to be an absolute pleasure to watch these two teams go at it today. You heard it here first, folks. Velocity Gaming and Reckoning Esports, they are going to be the ones here duking it out in front of us in a best of three format. And like I said before, I am excited. It might be raining outside, but right now in here, it is all sunshine and rainbows. But for one of these two teams, well, a loss will be inevitable. As to how far they'll be able to push it, that is, of course, the question. Looking at the schedule, the format, as it were, of the tournament, we are in the group stages right now. And we're going to have teams winning from here that will go into the Esports Club Arena after the group stages that are currently going on between 25th and 30th July. These are the ones that are currently in front of us. And yep, these matches are going to be absolutely amazing. Wouldn't you agree, Baba?
Yes, indeed, Jack. The top four teams from this group stages will be qualified for the Esports Club Arena, the most biggest LAN event in TEC history, which will happen in Bangalore, folks. So go ahead, grab your tickets right now, scan the QR code, which is showing it to you on the screens. Showing it to your screens as well. 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. Don't miss those dates. Make sure to mark your calendars. And that's not the only tournament that we have, right, Jack?
I mean, yeah, of course, there are quite a few in the arena that will be present and that all of our, beautiful folks will be able to compete on. And mind you, those are not the only things that the arena has. You have, of course, meet and greets, you have cosplay competitions, and so on and so forth. Many, many things to do. So grab your free tickets from the QR code from the links down in the description below, and we will see you there. The arena is set to be definitely one of the bigger events, if not one of the biggest LAN events that I personally will have seen in recent memory. But mind you, the prize split is also quite large, that the teams here are fighting for a total prize pool of 15 lakh, with 7.5 going to first place, 4 lakhs going to second, 2.5 to third, and of course the MVP gets a full 1 lakh of their own. That is quite the high stakes, I would say.
Yeah, Jack. First place, 7,50,000 rupees just by winning the LAN event itself. That's a huge prize pool in and itself. And talk about the group stages now. We've had so many upsets, so much breathtaking plays that we'd get to see. And now we have our two matches, Reckoning versus Velocity, and the second match, which will be Team Anadi Esports, who will go up against Revenant Esports. Now, we have a lot
Mm.
of history between these four teams. Reckoning Esports, they did qualified in the qualifier stages itself. Now they have the spot, and now they're going up against the best of the best, and that is Team Velocity. Velocity, they have made so much progress. They've made so many achievements way back in the previous tournaments, and now they're here to grab one more to be crowned as the to get the crown for the Challenger Series. But the amount of competitions that you have, Jack, Reckoning Esports, Anadi Army, Team Revenant, let's not forget about Orangutan. There are
Mm.
so many teams who wants to get this crown, and it's always the race to the finish.
Oh, absolutely. A race to the finish is, I think, the best way to describe when it comes to matches in SA Valorant. And like you mentioned, of course, Velocity, they have been around the block time and time again, and they will be going up against Reckoning in a match that is sure to excite. It is sure to be electrifying, as it were. If I were to borrow a phrase from a couple nights ago when you were casting with Kremer as well. I do
Hmm.
remember that became its own copy pasta, right, on social media. That was a
Yeah.
fun one to look at.
Hmm.
But jokes aside, folks, Velocity will definitely be looking to get their wins under their belt, get themselves qualified for the Arena LAN event. But the same goes for Reckoning. So, given that this is a best of three, a close match is to be expected, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. A close match is to be expected. Expect deciders from both of these matchups. But for now, in order for that to happen, we need to take a look at the map vetoes itself, get to see what kind of maps this Reckoning Esports have made their pick, and also on the side of Team Velocity Gaming. Now, talk about Velocity's performance in this group stages. They are dominating. They just won their first matchup in the Group B stages, and now they're here to rack up one more win. Will it happen, or will we see Reckoning make an upset? Now, that is a question that I'd love to ask to you, Jack.
I mean, all things considered, I can definitely see Haven being picked up, right?
Hmm.
Um, maybe Icebox as well between these two teams. I certainly think Velocity would like to go Icebox more so than Reckoning would, but at the same time, it's a little hard to tell when you're playing a team like think your Velocity, right? And you're playing a team like Reckoning. There are a couple of maps that kind of overlap between the two. Haven, of course, being one of them. Although I would say that Velocity's overall performance on Haven has been far better than Reckoning's has. But at the same time, Ascent could be a map that we see. Maybe even Icebox. I'm going to throw Fracture in there as well because why not, right? But it's a best of three at the end of the day, right? Three maps have to be chosen. So if you had to ask me for at least two right now, right, gun to my head, two maps, I would say Haven for sure and maybe Icebox.
Hmm. Haven and Icebox. I mean, we could talk about Bind, right, Jack? I mean, Bind has been placed most of the matches that we've seen both on qualifiers, even more so on
Hmm.
group stages. So there is high likely a chance that a Bind could come in from the map Vetos itself. But I gotta agree, Haven and Icebox, high likely a chance for Reckoning Esports and Velocity Gaming to go up head to head against their own map picks itself. But it always comes down to the deciding factors, whether if Velocity Gaming can handle out the plays how Reckoning plays on map Icebox, or do we get to see the most standard maps as we've seen Map Haven has been brought a lot when it comes to agents wise. We've seen Neon being into the fray, so many matchups. And talk about duelist itself, we've seen less amount of Jet plays and more of Neon. What do you think about that, Jack?
Hmm. I mean, Neon definitely is an interesting agent, all things considered. You know, the fact that she has such high mobility. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jet has a lot of mobility as well, but Neon offers just a little bit more, I think, with her overall toolkit. And I think that's why we've seen more of Neon as of late. And, you know, her ultimate as well. Pretty good, all things considered. Again, Jet and Neon share a lot in terms of their kits, but I think Neon kind of edges out in terms of overall use and ease of use more importantly. Because after all, Jet was given a couple of changes recently, a couple of nerfs, as it were. There was more recovery added, a longer time window where you can't use your abilities as Jet, especially if they don't yield anything, right? So, all things considered, I think that has led to Jet being less picked compared to Neon. But then again, if you want to talk high mobility, Chamber is very much present. He is dominant in the meta right now. But we'll talk about that in just a sec. Let's go to the map Veto. And would you look at that? Haven and Icebox are both in play. Icebox is, of course, Decider with Reckoning defending that. So we'll get to that last. But we're starting Haven picked by Reckoning. Now that is interesting to me.
Yeah, that is interesting. Team Velocity picking map on Ascent, but talk about Reckoning Esports wanting to go head to head against Velocity on a map like Haven surely shows that Reckoning Esports might have some counter strats being played from the opposition's end. But all in all, really excited to see what Reckoning Esports has in stores. Even more so, I want to know the team compositions that would happen from their end. BLT, of course, since they're on attack first when it comes to the agents pick select, Neon might have been brought up, right? So talk about RGE. I think they would go up with the normal double sentinels pick like the chamber. When it comes to smokes controller wise, they could bring in either an Astra or a Viper can block a lot of lines of sight, but we haven't seen Viper being brought a lot on a map like Haven. Even more so, it's just it's just that one controller that gets played a lot, and that is the
Hmm.
Astra herself. Her global utilities to use the smokes, the gravity well, and how can I even forget the cosmic divide that can block off the entire lines of sight just by that one particular wall. So it's a huge ultimate that is very powerful on a map like Haven, and you can block so many lines of sight. So you could say a mirror matchup might be in play for both RG and VLT. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, like you said, a mirror matchup between these two on Haven is a very like I say 90% likely that we'll see at least, you know, 4 out of the 5 for both teams, 4 out of 5 agents, that is, being exactly the same, right? A mirror of each other, as it were. Because looking at, you know, overall Haven statistics for both Velocity and Reckoning, Haven in their more popular compositions here in terms of their agents, all of them have, well, most of them actually have Astra in there. One of them has, we've also seen Cypher from them here before, but most of the time they love to play Astra. They love their KJ, their Jet, even Phoenix here every now and again, or a Sky, and of course Sova bringing in the rear, as it were. Reckoning, on the other hand, looking at their compositions, yes, they've played Astra here many times, but they've also not, shied away from other operators, agents, excuse me, like Omen, of course, like Raze, like Sage. So it's going to be interesting to see between, between these two teams, what we get to see overall. And I would like to see some, Omen, as it were. It's been a while since I've seen Omen particularly, although the last time I did Valorant was a while ago, before Omen was, buffed, as it were. He did receive a buff and a big patch change some time ago. So to see him into the play, as it were, he's one of the cooler agents in my eyes. So I'd love to see him. But speaking of cooler agents, I'd also like to see, maybe, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't think they'll be picked, but I think maybe a Yoru or two might go a fair way. Although I think we saw Yoru in group stages a couple of days ago. Didn't quite go well for the team that picked him. So who knows? We might not at the same time. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah. Euro pick, it's very rare to see a Euro being brought out. Although
Yeah.
I did get to see one of them in the previous match, but turns out it didn't work out well for them. But all in all, Euro pick, it's very difficult to see whether if Velocity or Reckoning Esports would pick it out, because they'd usually go with the recent comps, right? Double Sentinels, even if the map is on Icebox, yeah, Sage is necessary on a map like that. But for the first map itself, Haven, controller wise, Omen, pretty useful when it comes to using smokes and also lurking both at the same time. Omen is an expert when it comes to doing that. So smoke wise, playing it accordingly, seeing if they can get to take out the recent players who are trying to get back into the side as fast as possible, cut off rotates. They can do exactly that with the help of Omen. But Astra can also do the same thing too, right? She also has the global utility. She can smoke, she can lurk, she can do both things at the same time. But the main goal for the controller is to stay alive. The
Mm.
longer the lurker stays alive, the more problems does the defenders needs to be worried about. The same thing can be said to both sides too. So it always comes down to the way how controller plays on their flank watches. If they succeed, and that's the opener that everyone would need to have them higher success on the round itself. But what's more important is the pistol rounds. The pistol round is where we get to determine the changes. We get to see whether if who gets the major economic growth. And what's more important is how many rounds do we get to see Reckoning Esports or Team Velocity win a lot of anti-eco rounds, because winning a thrifty round gives an entire change in the round itself, and but just by winning that thrifty round itself gives a huge change all in all.
I mean, yeah, thrifty rounds are going to be very important, and eco rounds as well in general. If you're going for a force buy, those rounds will definitely play a big factor, because when you're going for a force buy, you're basically gambling it all, right, in terms of economy, to try and at least get a couple of bodies, maybe even a round win if you can. And then, of course, get a better set of weapons and overall toolkit in the next round. That's kind of why it's called a force buy, right? Because you're just spending everything. And once you do, well, it is a gamble to win the round. I mean, Reckoning is up against the wall here already. It is Velocity that they are facing, but Reckoning have been around the bend as well. They have seen quite a bit that South Asia has to offer, and they'll be going up against one of the very best here today. So we hope you've got your popcorn and drinks ready, folks. This match is going to be an absolute barn burner of a game, as it were, as we wait for the match itself to get started. There's not much remaining between us and the game. Very soon we'll go into agent selection, and once we do, well, it's a straight shot from there into the match. So once again, we hope you're ready. I'm certainly ready to see some exciting plays from both of these teams.
Yes, indeed, Jack. We just cannot wait for the match to start it off, especially on Map Haven. We're just waiting for the agent select to come to an end and get to see what kind of picks does Velocity have. So does on the hands of Team Reckoning. And when that is done and dusted, we'll be able to proceed on round number one, Map Haven. Oh boy, the winner will actually have a higher chances to succeed in the LAN event. So who knows? If VLT wins this, that would be two round wins in the group stages, right? In Group B,
Yep.
Velocity winning two is just the amount of success rates that we have getting in towards the LAN event will be huge. And also, folks, you also can get a chance to be in that LAN event. All you got to do is check the link in the description below, check the pinned comments, and ensure to get your tickets on 12th, 13th, 14th of August, which will happen in the TEC Arena Bangalore, the biggest esports event which will happen in India. But for now, folks, here we go. Map number one. Haven is here. So does the Agent Select. Let's see what Reckoning Esports has in store. So does BLT. And just like I expected, since BLT is going on attack, we will see MW1 bring in the neon once again.
Oh, there we go. MW1 with the neon. We saw this the other night, of course. That same match that I was referring to that you and Kremer were casting, right? For VLT versus, I believe that was Enigma Gaming they went against. And MW1 was absolutely shredding the opposition with that neon. But mind you, even if MW1 is not effective in any given round, there's Deathmaker right behind to shut down any aggression from the enemy team. And you have the initiators in Sky and Breeze, excuse me, right there, and the controller from Omen right there. Only one Omen, mind you. The other side, we have Fade from Rio being brought in, as it were, and Breach as well. So a double Breach, we're seeing a double Chamber, but Astra and Raze from Reckoning, which will, of course, spice up what they have to bring. They are defense first, mind you, so that has played a role in what agents they have selected for this first round.
Yeah, but in first round itself, you always expect the attackers to always pick Neon, because the way how Neon works is that the amount of control that you require on A long and C cubby, it's a very long hallway. And to contest in that gunfight requires to be more aggressive. And when you have such speed like MW1, that is a difficult chances for the defenders to hold their ground. And talk about VLT's agent composition in the first half itself. They always end up being in a very good spot, right? With the neon, with the duelist. Even more so, what's even more interesting is that we see right to ace bring in the Omen, just like you expected, Jack. A controller like Omen that can help you to be on the lurk. You can even help support your team with the necessary smokes that you require to smoke down a tower or maybe in towards the A site. And when the timing is perfect at the hands of the attackers, then that means that there's no way of stopping team velocity. They're looking for another win. So does Team Reckoning Esports. They also had won their first they also won their match, of course, in the group stages. And now we're just waiting on the counters to turn down to 0, Jack. Oh boy, round number one. Here we go. Pistol rounds. And here comes the utility dump at the hands of RGE.
All right, so that utility dump is actually not going to find anyone particularly. We're looking at the Astra go in and get those smoke orbs ready, because there is a C push coming in. But here's the shot from Bad Love, finds one. That's Deathmaker down. Big first kill right there from the chamber, as the neon has gotten into the site. MW1 is in here. Bad Love has backed off, using the smoke for cover, calling for the teammates, calls out now. It is a post-plant retake situation in a 4v5. Mind you, the attackers are the one who lost the first body here, so they have to play against the clock. But Halef finds one. Amaterasu and Halef with a 3-kill to start, but Deadly finds Halef in return, nearly equalizing, mind you, the body count. 2 versus 3 right now. Entry into sight for the defenders. They can go close to the spike that they will. Smokes out, and someone's got to stop this. Pixels finds right to ace, and the neon comes in but gets taken down as well. Deadly with a beautiful shot. It's all now down to, or was down to, Amaterasu, but not for long, as the final agent will go down and the first round will go to Reckoning.
Yeah, what a way to start off on round number one. And the smoke with the defuse, they had so much protection from both Deadly and Pixels. And although they've added a lot of utilities presence on a lobby, you even saw the concussion, you even saw the gravity well from the Astra to deny MW1's aggressive push from a long. But you could see that VLT was currently playing for picks. They were trying to see whether if they can get information first. And now, knowing that they've lost the most crucial round in round number one, you could at least be on the safe side, knowing that they have at least succeeded in planting the spike. And now in round number two, they have decent utilities, but they'll just prefer using pistols for now. And all they have to do is see whether they can get an opening.
That is exactly what they are, of course, fishing for at the time being. as the chamber is going to fall away as soon as the first sign of conflict comes up. B site is being held, and you have, of course, C and A being held by multiple agents right now, as Garage is where the first bit of conflict is about to come in. Utilities are being thrown. Astra's gone out into her astral projection as the breach is marking out the entry, but no, Rio, Deadly, and Pixels are all over this attacking team right now. Pixels finding one more, and right to Ace only managing to get one body before Rio comes back and shuts things down. That's a strong start once again in these first 2 rounds for Reckoning as VLT. It's an interesting way that they've tried to take these first couple of rounds, but unfortunately hasn't quite worked out for them.
Yes, indeed. See, Garage was an absolute shutdown from Reckoning Esports just by that single information utility from Fade. That was more than enough to guarantee the execution. They had all the info. They know that they were pushing from C, and the backup just arrived at the right time from Reckoning Esports, which means that RGE will be on the bonus round and VLT will have great amount of weapons. And look at this positioning that Rio is playing. All 3 of them from a lobby. It's like they want to add a trap. And that trap might work out well. Bad Love is here, protecting from the C long. Even more so, he gets the information on Spikes' whereabouts. This is good.
Very, very good indeed. Knowing full well where the spike is going to help them a lot, but it has been recovered by the Neon, of course. So that bit of damage will be undone pretty quickly. But mind you, there's still a lot to fight for. Once again, in that A lobby area, it's teetering on the edge of a gunfight. Deathmaker really wants to see if he can find one or two. Pixels is right there, but there are 2 opponents watching the cross. He's still going to find that and teleport away very, very quickly. That's exactly what the chamber is good for, of course. Take the shot and walk away if you can. But here comes MW1 with a push and a kill. That's Hirsch on the floor. 2 bodies, 2 velocity, which means they can go for the plant, and they're going to get the spike on the ground. It's a post-plant 3v4.
Bad Love won't have any problems dealing with the flank itself. Deathmaker will be down, and also he'll get the upgrade of the weapon. There's still a chance for RGE to hold that ground, but the way how MW1 made that opening gave them the confirmation on the B side. But is it more than enough to hold that ground? Maybe. Deadly's here with the Spectre. Halef goes down, so does it the hands of him, but Amaterasu is holding his ground. Beautiful headshot. Gets to take out Rio, which means that VLT will finally win round number 3. It was a bonus round nonetheless from Team Reckoning Esports, so you could say that Reckoning Esports, they are looking good on round number 1 and 2. And now all VLT needs to do is to see whether if they can win round number 4 as well, equalize it 2-2, and there is high likely a chance that it can happen. All it needs is just MW1 finding picks like that. Finding picks like a Link is what gave VLT the most highest success win on that round.
Absolutely. I mean, those first picks right there, especially from Deathmaker in this A area, right? But here goes MW1 straight into the charge on A long right now. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but had the utility backing him up, so he could have gotten a kill if it was necessary. But nothing quite yet. He's backed off a little bit, back towards the A room. He's going to find that kill. No, not quite. The enemy backs away. Deadly, that is, just in time. The Rays might try to go from elsewhere or just hold inside the site, all things considered. There are a couple pushing from sewers as well, but Amaterasu and MW1, they are staring down what could be Bad Love's barrel right now. Pushes out, but no, Amaterasu finds the kill instead. Bad Love goes down. That's a big drop right there for the defense as the flashes are out. The site is being pushed onto, and here we go. Velocity's in here, but they need to get a little bit more clearance before they go for the spike. No, they're going to go for it right now. Right to Ace is getting it on the floor, and that means it's once again a post plant that Reckoning has to play against.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder's already been used from VLT, which means that they don't have any other counter means for RGE's push to happen in post plant. Although they don't have to worry about the flanks, but they still need to worry about the push, which will happen right now. Rio is here, so does Amaterasu, holding his ground, patient with his shots. He has to take out Pixels. There's only 2 players left, Rio and Hirsch, and I believe they're now making a decision to fall back and hold their ground. I believe this round will be theirs, Jack. 2-2. It is a likely chance it can happen, but Halef, he knows exactly what's happening, so he will try to hunt these 2 important players to ensure that they wouldn't have Vandals at their hand. Look at that, Halef hunting down the last 2 players, but unfortunately he won't be able to find Harsh, who is just safe into his garage.
Sitting there safely, keeping the gun for the next round. Important stuff right there for the side of Reckoning, as a timeout will be called as well. They need this timeout. These last 2 rounds have not been the most stellar performance from them that we have seen, of course, and they need this minute to try and decide what has been going wrong for them so far. Velocity as well, they do get this minute to decide as to what is, of course, their next move. As you can see, the coach talking to the team right now. This is the minute that they get, and it's a crucial minute at that. Strategizing, counter-stratting, as it were. Of course, it is called by Reckoning, and they will absolutely need any information, any potential counters that they are able to think of in right here in this match.
Ooh. Now, we still need to understand what went wrong from Reckoning's end, right? They won their pistol rounds, they even won round number 2, and then suddenly we saw Amaterasu taking things under control on round number 3.
Yep.
As immediately when you saw Breach gets the Rolling Thunder, he immediately uses it at the execution phase itself, while the spike was already being placed out at mid window. So technically, what VLT was doing was they were just testing the grounds on the A side, see if whether they could, successfully execute the A side, have good amount of control, and when they had it, you did get to see Omen, who was still lurking around from the spawn side itself, get the spike back and be succeed on that post plant situation. It's easier said than done. But this round will be even much more problematic, because look at that. All 4 players from Reckoning Esports decides to make a hold on B, and that opening will be huge, but they will not get any upgrade on their weapons whatsoever. And now VLT knows exactly what's happening.
I mean, they've lost the Astra and they've also lost the Raze, right? So that is definitely big drops right there from the Reckoning camp, as the spike will be on the floor now. It's a post-plant situation once again for these Reckoning players. They can't catch a break as Deathmaker finds Bad Love. Now Rio is able to get the headshot. That's Deathmaker down. The new gun will be picked up by the Fade. However, this is a situation that I don't think they quite like. 2v3, and the only entry they have is from the A-link to site, and they're going in, but here is the Tremors. Right to Ace will find Hirsch, and Amaterasu, solid as a rock once again, finds Rio to put VLT now in the lead, as this is a solid return of performance, as it were, a reply, I should say, from VLT onto the first 2 rounds that Reckoning had won early in the match.
No, you could say that in round number 6, Reckoning will surely use their ultimates, right? Especially Deadly, who has the showstopper. I believe he might use it on a long, expecting an aggressive push from MW1. But VLT wants to do some other executions. Bad Love, tour de force. The shots will... He needs to make his shots count, right? From C long. But with that Seekers giving them so much information towards the side, it will be even much more danger from Reckoning. Look at that. Every single utilities has been used from Reckoning's side. Nightfall from Rio. And that's the only one. You still have 3 more. And the showstopper is the one that can make that huge play. And I believe that will make so Deadly. The showstopper to get one, but right to Ace, he is deep within the site. 2 players down and out, and he's looking for the third, but Bad Love is here. It's not for long. Helef is also there to give the protection for the team. And it's 1v2 Helef all by himself. That B execute was very huge for right to Ace. He gave them the chance, and now Helef, if he gets this clutch, this will be huge. Pixels goes down, which means it's a 1v1. He'll have the spike control back, and now he has the chance to plant the spike wherever he wants to.
Now the question is, does Helef have any info on where Hirsch is? And depending on that, where does Helef go here? Hirsch is holding towards the spawn side of things, not really taking any risk of exposing himself to an angle that he could get taken down on, moving towards A slowly but surely, which is probably in anticipation of Helef going towards A as well. Both of them are going to converge on this site, and in the last 15 seconds, this is going to be a gunfight between the two. Helef is going straight in for the run. Does he know where the enemy is? No, he doesn't, and Hirsch will be taking that kill all too, as it were, all too smoothly. as Reckoning fire back a close round. But mind you, I think where VLT kind of may have lost the plot was that early decision to push towards Garage with all their utilities, right? Because that entire area was shut down by everything you could possibly think of from the Reckoning side. So there wasn't really much that they could do. And yet they kind of tried to push into C, and they got punished very hard for it.
You want to play? Let's play.
They did indeed, Jack. And now mainly because of that, RGE, they will have some problems in their economy, but since they won their previous round, this will be good. But even more so, we have the judge from Pixels. Oh, the well, but it's too late. Trailblazer is in, which will give some good information. Here comes MW1. He just slides down the garage place, and Rio, with that smoke, he wants to push more, and this push might be deadly. No, it does not. LF is here to deny it. Post plant and back again. We see Reckoning Esports at a very bad spot. 1v4. They've got the plant down, which means Bad Love. He's all by himself. He needs to clutch, and unfortunately, that won't happen. Amaterasu with the final frag, and with it, Team Velocity Gaming have things under control.
I think overall, between the last couple of rounds, that push that we saw was actually very similar to the round before that, right? It was a garage-centered push while trying to take out as many of the defenders as they could. And this time, credit where credit is due, they were able to make it work. Not just work, but work well at that as well. So that is something that VLT will be very happy about. And this time, it looks like in this round, they are going for a C long-centric push. They've got, of course, the Vandals in hand, and they're going straight in. You've got the walls, you've got the flashes, utility dump going on. MW1 is looking for kills, but no one is here, as C is not where any of the defenders were holding. They were holding towards A. In the meanwhile, the Chamber is going to have a gunfight, it seems. Any second now, Anchor's going to be taken care of, but no, Deathmaker just teleports away. As here we have the Trailblazers coming in. The first kill from Deathmaker finds one. Can he find two? Yes, he does. Pixels down. This, once again, is looking dicey, very dicey for Reckoning.
Yeah, it is. It is an eco round after all, and Reckoning Esports, they thought of a way to push in all the way from the A side, but this is what happens when you try to go in merely with guesses. It's difficult to say whether if that prediction is working well or not. And unfortunately, Reckoning Esports, they will not. You know, that's one thing to say. But Deathmaker, he was the only one who was holding down from the attacker side spawn, because he exactly knew what was happening. He knew that the players from Reckoning might, go way much more aggressive from A lobby, since it's their eco round, and the more man count you have, the more chances you have in getting the upgrade of the weapon, in which Deathmaker, he did not let them have it, right? And for a moment there, we almost saw Bad Love being all the way towards mid courtyard, so there was almost a chance that Reckoning Esports might have got the opening pick, but it was all just patience, and that patience really did reward VLT the necessary win that they need.
Absolutely, as right now we have once again a push towards A long and sewers, but Helif is approaching the B side slowly but surely, keeping an eye out for the cross angle that goes into C, as the attackers are taking their time with this one. Not too much in terms of gunfights. Some HP has been lost, but the push in is seen. Helif really losing his life there. Amaterasu right to A is finding two. In the meanwhile, this is big. A entry is being cleared out, which means the push will need to be reconfigured, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Rio's coming around towards the smoke, and a big push out. That's going to find Deathmaker, the Chamber, down. That is a kill that they desperately needed. Try to, stabilize the ship a little bit, as here we have the full dump coming in from the Reckoning side to try and retake the site. Are they going to be able to? No. Helif finds one. Can't quite find the second, mind you, but did find Hirsch. That is important enough. Amaterasu will be able to get the spike on the ground this time. 30 seconds? No, it is now the spike time. That is in play. MW1 goes down. It's a 3v2.
Yeah, Helif still has the Seekers, but he doesn't want to use it in post-plan itself.
I've got your trail.
Astra's Cosmic Divide is used, and just like I said, the Seekers will be used as well to give them proper information. Helif, he knows what's happening. That's the first frag, and the second taken care of. VLT, smooth execution as always. Great counters being made from both Amaterasu and Harsh. While you did get to see the Rolling Thunder being displaced from the A side, an immediate counter did happen from the opposition end, and mainly because of that, they almost went in to go for the push from the A side, but it was a bit too late. The counter was well timed, and mainly because of that, VLT got things under control because of it. Cosmic Divide was being used to block the entirety of A long, which means they had to play on A side, which means close range encounters. And RGE, they already had all of them prepped up, and this time it didn't look very good. MW1, oh,
here we
deadly
go.
Deadly goes out, but Bad Love is still here. High ground potential. He gets one, doesn't get the second, but he still has the high ground potential. All he needs to do is just wait for the players to arrive right at his crosshairs, but it's not happening. Amaterasu, one kill from him, so does right to Ace. Everyone has just fallen down from the A side, and it's Pixel who was lurking around from the B side. He gets caught out with the information being gained from the trap later on from Deathmaker. And it's all by himself. 1v3. Boy, this is, oh man, this is rough. This is rough for Reckoning.
Absolutely. I mean, 9 rounds and they're 3-6 down, looking very likely like a 3-7 now, as Pixels' position, like you said, given away towards that A entry side, right on the door to A long, so to speak. And there's not much Pixels can really do about this, right? What do you really do when everyone in your team is dead? You don't really have much in terms of weaponry, as it were. And of course, the site is protected by a couple of very, very angry players. Couldn't even pick up the gun right there that Pixels went for, because the spike, well, blew up in his face. That is another round that goes the way of VLT, thanks to some beautiful plays right there. Of course, the starter from MW1, absolutely amazing. Bad Love had a good perch spot, but right to Ace and Amaterasu came in and said, no, you don't. This site is ours, and we're taking it, whether you like it or not.
Man. Now here comes the problem from RGE. Their economy is not looking good. For the entirety of the first half, we've seen them be on numerous account of eco rounds. Sheriffs in hand, sometimes a classic. And being in this situation requires RGE to win at least a single thrifty round. They need to have it. They need to get a single thrifty round in order for them to get back in the round. Even more so, on the last round, we still have 2 more rounds to go, right, in the first half. So in the last round, RGE need to figure out a way whether if they want to have a full buy in the last round, or do they have to commit to this round and see whether if they can win it. And I guess they will be doing exactly that. And also, folks, don't forget about the TEC LAN event, the biggest LAN event which will happen in Bangalore. All you got to do is just get your free tickets right now. Link is in the description below. It's even on the pinned comments. Go ahead, get your free tickets, and we will see you on 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. We'll have so many excitement, so many great performances happening from the LAN event. But let's not forget about this round itself. Starting off, it is RGE who just got 2 of the opening picks. MW1, Deathmaker, right to Ace. 3 of them are down, and now they're looking at to end this round with a win.
That is a very unfortunate start from the side of VLT in this round, as it's all it's done is left them in a 2v5. Losing these bodies early, definitely not helping, as flashes are being traded, but Hello will find Bad Love nonetheless. The chamber is down, coming around from the back. That is 1 player taken, but the question is, can they even find the remaining 4 in a fashion which will allow them to win the round? Doesn't really seem likely. As you can see, Reckoning is just thinking, are they going to relocate to B or C? They already have one of the defenders all the way over there. I believe that is the Astra, who is just watching over C, at least from a longer perspective. But no, these 2 still want to enter into A, and that is exactly where they're going. But there's one up on the top tower, as it were. That is, of course, deadly, but the flash comes out, and the kill happens anyway. Helif actually gets that, and that's not exactly the best thing right now for the defenders. Amaterasu watching, sees Hirsch, can't quite get the shot, though. Who's the one with the spike? It is Amaterasu, so he's going to have to go for the plant, and he's doing that right now. But here comes the full decay from the defenders. Rio finds one, and Pixels will shut him down as well. That is a little unfortunate right there for them. It was a great attempt, mind you, at a take, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't quite to be. As again, that entry into A was where they got punished so hard, and Rio using the full breadth of the Fade's abilities, as it were, in that moment, absolutely netting them the round that is for Reckoning Esports. So we've got another tactical timeout coming here, this time from VLT, as they probably expected to win that round and probably are talking about why it went wrong. But in general, they've lost a couple of rounds where it looked like they should have won it, at least to them, if you ask me. So they are going to look to try and turn this around. This is the last round in the first half. So going forward from here, it'll be VLT on the defense. So they'll have to also talk about that. And they only get 60 seconds for all of it.
Yeah, you got to make your time count, right, Jack? 60 seconds of timeout. You'll have a lot of time to have your discussion with the coach. And VLT will know what kind of problems that they need to face in the future rounds. And talk about Reckoning Esports. Imagine if they lost the previous round. Imagine if VLT succeeded in winning the previous round. They would have forced RGE on an eco round, especially in the last round, and that wouldn't look good on RGE space, because if that win did not happen from RGE, the first half would have immediately ended out on a 8-2, right? That's yeah, it would have happened on, actually not 8-2, 9-2, I guess. Actually 10-2. Okay, that was a combo though from Deadly and Fade combo. That is really good. Even more so, Bad Love with the off shot to take out Amaterasu. Things are looking very good. And for a moment there, I actually forgot the amount of combos that you have. It just works out so well. Harsh, beautiful shot. Headshot of that 2 to take out MW1. And here comes the showstopper. Deadly precision as always.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, boy. El Hef, man. All by himself, and Reckoning Esports, they just cornered them at the last round. Triple kill from the showstopper Deadly, and he'll be able to end it off on a 7-5 in the first half.
Showstopper in every single sense of the word right there from Deadly, just completely shutting down every single player that came, even showed an inch of themselves to that raise. And as you saw on your screens, folks, that was a play and a half from Deadly, living up to the name, as we are now in the second half. 7-5 is the score, still a lead for VLT, but while it was looking like a 7-3, maybe even an 8-3 or a 9-3, had they won those last two rounds, it's now a 7-5. So they've lost a little bit of the momentum that they have, and they will need to recuperate as the first round, the pistol round as it were, comes out, and MW1 is not waiting. A little flashed, but is going to fall back as well, because the attackers are playing this patiently. They don't want to rush, but they're going to go straight in towards the garage. One will be seen. Kill is not taken just yet, mind you, but MW1 just turns around, shoots him anyway. Can't quite get the second. Deadly gets that as Helif comes back, gets the refrag. Can he get the other chamber, the other breach, that is Hirsch? But no, Badlove's already inside the site, as the astral orbs will go out. Helif caught inside the garage right now, and the plant is going down.
Spike planted.
This will be a bit dicey for Reckoning. It's only 3 players. Even if Harsh looking very low, he'll get taken out, and just like that, we see VLT taking things under control. And with Pixels being all by himself, classic of that too, it's very difficult to get the confirmation, but he will get it nonetheless. 1v2. Classic is known to have some impressive plays, and Pixels might have the chance, but pros don't fake! Oh, too late! The timing was so close for Amaterasu to get the clutch, but in the end it will be Pixels with the quad kill. Man, Reckoning Esports is on a tear right now. 6-7. Second half, they get to win their pistol rounds. Both of the pistol round wins is at the hands of Reckoning Esports. And when it comes to winning pistol rounds, this is looking very good from Reckoning Esports.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to set a ton of momentum their way as well, right? In the rest of these rounds, at least for this round right here, because of how they won the pistol round. I mean, quad kill and a clutch to Pixels, absolutely well played. And that is going to allow the side of Reckoning to get better tools, better guns as well. Spectres in hand for the time being, as they will now move into the next round to try and give themselves the equalizer. They are one round away from a 7-7, and like we said, folks, this match is definitely shaping up to be an absolute barn burner of a game. As in the meanwhile, VLT, they need to pick things up. They have lost a number of rounds in a straight sequence now, and they are definitely losing whatever momentum they whatever momentum they had earlier. They're losing all of it very, very quickly, and they need to get it back. They need a round here, but the question is, what can they really do when Reckoning is looking this good? Don't get me wrong, Velocity winning against Enigma the way they did the other day was a a message from them that, yeah, we're not here to play around. But Reckoning, they've definitely come with their homework done, as they are looking to win map number 1.
Yes, indeed. This is Reckoning Esports' map pick, right, Jack? Haven.
Yep.
This Haven's map. This is Reckoning Esports' map pick. So on Haven, they are looking very confident in the second half. 6-7, winning both of their pistol rounds. Even more so if VLT did manage to ruin their economic growth, forcing them on a lot of eco rounds that they couldn't get to win. They still somehow managed to get back up. And in the second half, this will be the deciding factor. This will decide whether if Reckoning Esports can succeed in being consistent on winning most of their rounds and ensure that they have a very strong lead in their growth.
Absolutely, as we have now the round coming into play right now. On the A-long side, we have a couple of gunfights happening. We have, of course, the orbs coming out, being put into place as well. And there we go, the entry's about to come in. Deathmaker currently not being able to see exactly what's up, but Deadly's gonna go straight on top of the boxes, trying to get a couple of kills here, but nobody has found anyone just yet. There's so much smoke orbs in the site, but Rio with 3 and Hirsch with a 4th kill. It's all down to Deathmaker, the last one standing. The lone chamber finds 2. It's now a 1v3 for this final player. He needs to find these next few kills right now if he's to somehow win out this round. But the concealment's out once again. Deathmaker caught in the orb, can't move, and can't quite find anyone else, but shots through the smoke from Pixels, and the round will be taken as well. What a start, and what a finish at the end too. Rio with the opening triple, absolutely tearing through the opposition, as Reckoning makes it an equal 7-7.
Yep, 7-7, Reckoning Esports. They're putting a stop to everything VLT is giving to them. But there's still a chance for VLT to come back. They've been in this situation before. First half, round number 3, it was theirs, with Reckoning Esports being the one on the bonus round. Unless and until Reckoning Esports falter out in this round, you could say that VLT might be able to do something about it. And here we go, Deathmaker opening his account. Rio will be down as well, no more information, and now here comes the execute. Deadly's here, the satchel charges looking to perfection, but they're still holding their ground. It's not working out. Oh boy, Deadly, 3 kills, and this is concerning for our Velocity. There's still a chance that they can come back, but no grenade. Ooh, quad kill for Deadly. He's on it for the ace. Post plant is in, and MW1, although he has the Vandal in hand, he doesn't have the necessary armor to get it out, but no, he denies it. Oh, so close. But it will be Pixels who'll get the trade nonetheless. 8-7, Reckoning Esports. They have won their bonus round. This is huge.
This is absolutely huge for Reckoning Esports. They've taken the lead. They won their bonus round. 8-7 is the score. And that is now another round that VLT have lost in a row. They've gone from 7-3 to 7-8. That makes it 5 rounds that they are currently trailing by in the long run. They don't have any momentum anymore, I would say. At least whatever they had, most of it is pretty much entirely gone, as they now look to try and turn their fortunes around. Coming up from the sewer side, there is one of those attackers, and right ways, defenders, we will find one. Hello finds one as well, but Amaterasu and MW1 coming in to find those other attackers. It was an absolute bloodbath in the A entry, leaving Pixels the last one standing. He doesn't have the spike either. Is going to decide to go into B. Oh, actually, he does have the spike. Excuse me right there. My bad on that call. Pixels has gone in, but no position given away. He's going to go for the spike plant anyhow. There we go. Spikes on the floor. We have the Seekers coming in. We have MW1 right here for the kill as well. This time, VLT looking much better, much more composed as compared to the last few rounds that they have had right now, sharing the defeats between them as well. All right, just a little fun and games, as it were, in there for the team. I mean, you got to enjoy the game you're playing as well. while you are looking to win rounds, because enjoyment at the end of the day is one of the bigger factors when it comes to competitive gaming. It's not something that's talked about a lot, but hey, it is what it is. 8-8. Once again equalized as Velocity find a round and find the strength within to give themselves an equalizer and not let Reckoning run away with the match, because once again, 5 rounds straight to Reckoning. That was a Herculean effort from them. But they finally lost a round. How do they react to this?
Yep, how do they react? Reckoning Esports, VLT, an amazing hold on A. Man, they just played fire with fire. And winning that thrifty round will give even much more concerns from Reckoning. They have the showstoppers, they even have Nightfall. Cosmic Divide is present, but it always comes down to the timing from LF. Showstopper is here, immediate control on B, and now Velocity. They expect this. They know what is exactly happening from Reckoning's end. They want to play post-plan. Amaterasu playing patient as ever, but no, he gets caught out from the glass. 8-8, and now Deadly, with that opening, he gets to take out Amaterasu. But you still need to be careful of MW1 and Deathmaker. They even have the smokes. Actually, they don't have the smoke. Yeah, they do have the smokes. Omen has the smokes nonetheless. But Deathmaker, important kill. Deadly's out, but they're losing a lot of time in this post plan. They need to find an opening, and MW1 is the only one who gets to do this. But he doesn't have a lot of information regarding this. Not a lot of bullets in the Vandal. Oh no! PLT. This is not looking good. Not looking good at all. 8-8 pixels. Just making his best share of efforts to not let VLT set a foot on towards the B side. That's the one kill, and now the timer is out of no return. It's Reckoning who gets to win 9-8 on a very chaotic gunfight. Boy, Deadly, man, those open picks are pristine.
Absolutely well played. Deadly just, well, again, sticking up to the name right there. Very, very deadly, as another timeout has been called. This time it is from the current attacker side. That is, of course, Reckoning Esports. They've taken these rounds, but they are still very apprehensive about how to proceed. Again, this is VLT you're facing, one of the very best in the South Asian region. And I say one of course, because there are other teams that are vying for the top spot. And I'm pretty sure, everybody will remember some of the names. I'm not going to name any names here just yet, but right now, VLT is definitely not looking too hot, as the number of rounds they've conceded to Reckoning definitely is far beyond what they themselves would have expected. But Reckoning, they've come so far right now. This is their map pick for a reason. Bringing VLT to Haven, it was an interesting decision. Me and Baba, we called it out right in the pre-show that coming to Haven is definitely, not something I think anyone would try against Velocity. But Reckoning, they know their stuff. They've done their homework and they are prepared, as you can see. And now, timeout's done. We're going straight back into the round.
Yeah, Velocity, I mean, they're doing their best efforts to hold their ground, right? They know what they're doing, but whenever there's an opening pick from Deadly, that is what it puts VLT on a very difficult spot. And mainly because of it, the amount of sheer aggressiveness that we've seen from Reckoning Esports have been relentless. They are fearless on this execute, and Deadly, he wants to do it once more. Still on Garage. Here comes the rolling thunder from the attacker side, and now here's the pain. Reckoning. Opening picks as always. Cosmic Divide is here, so does the frag from Rio. Making sure that none of those flanks would be encouraging for VLT.
Spike planted.
This is very promising for RGE, man. 4 players still alive. Amaterasu, 1 kill, and he'll get his own Rolling Thunder. But he needs to get the opening pick first, right?
Yep. And that kill needs to happen anytime now. Better late than never, they say, but the clutch has to come in as well. Amaterasu has gone to the site, so has the Neon. They're in here right now, and they're going to set things up for a potential post plant. For a potential defuse of the spike? No. They're actually going to fall back, deciding to save their weapons instead. Probably a smart decision in the grand scheme of things, because this round is pretty much gone from this point onwards, which means it's a 10-8, and slowly but surely Reckoning are, cruising. I wouldn't say cruising, but closing in on map point. As in the meanwhile, VLT, they will be stinging after these round losses. They'll be feeling the sting. That's what I meant to say, excuse me. Feeling the sting of these round losses right now as Reckoning inches ever closer to the first map point of this best of 3.
10-8. Man, MW1, although he was looking very good in the first half, I haven't seen him make a lot of presence being shown. Right, Ace is still here to see whether if he can get the information, and I believe he will get it right now via the sound cues. Smokes will be present to counter it, and now RGE will commit to this push nonetheless. Now VLT, they don't have a lot of weapons. They have at least 2 Vandals from their end, but they will deny deadly. This is good, even more so. Right, Ace is still here. So much chaos, man, from the C side, but in the end, it's a 3v2, still at the hands of RGE.
You want to play? Let's play.
Man, winning their gunfights, even when they, on entry, they were losing bodies, it didn't matter. Not to Hirsch in that moment, taking every single person on and winning as well. That's what matters. You can have your utilities and strategies, but at the same time, gunfights are integral, as Pixels will find Deathmaker and Helif will go down as well. Hirsch with the triple in the round, and that leaves VLT stinging once again. 11-8, and a timeout has been called. Velocity need to pick themselves back up right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. They've only won 1 defensive round in the second half. This is concerning. What's even more deadlier is that Deadly, the man who's been playing as the race, he has been on point with those opening picks. Whenever they execute on either of those sides, they've always been through B, they've always been through C, but not a lot have you seen them push towards the A side, right, Jack? So I think Velocity is just trying to understand the way how, Reckoning Esports are trying to progress. They've been constantly, putting a lot of pressures towards the C side itself. They want to put pressure on Garage, they want to put pressure on C Long, and adding a lot of pressures like that will put BLT on a certain edge, because not only they're at an eco round so many times, but they still figure out a way to get a pick or 2. But the amount of aggressiveness push that they have, the utilities being used, the smokes, the flashes, it's been working out for RG's favors for a long time. And if this keeps continuing, especially in the second half, then VLT, man, they will not look good in the first map itself. Although this is Reckoning Esports' map pick, map Ascent would clearly favor the hands of VLT, but 11-8, especially on the second half, Reckoning Esports, man, they are looking fabulous.
Absolutely. As here comes the first gunfights right now. Battle of trying to find one, but will go down to Helif instead. Deadly and Hirsch coming back with the refrags. Make that advances. 3 kills straight for them as they once again put VLT in the blender. What even happened in the B entry to mid? That was just a complete shutdown. And mind you, the attackers haven't gone for the plant yet. They're just holding outside towards more towards spawn, as it were, but now they're going to be going in. Deathmaker is going to find one. Looking at that lineup, as Deadly will go down. That is a good kill, mind you. That raise has been a thorn in the side of the defense. But wait, right to A is coming around from the back right now. Potential flank from the Omen as the attackers are pushing in towards C. Do any of these defenders know this? I don't think so. I think right to Ace and his teammate are going to be caught unawares by this one, as the spike should be planted. There we go. Rio's going to get that on the floor, and once again, it's a post-plant 3v2 this time.
Not a lot of information that Velocity could have gained at that moment, because they lost 3 players on that aggressive push from mid-courtyard and mid-doors. So, man, losing it like that, especially on full buy rounds, is very dangerous. Even more so, they've got things under control. They have control on C long, which means lineups, not lineups, they'll have a lot of denials from the lines of sight itself. You have Pixels with the lurk, but it'll get denied at the hands of right to S nonetheless. You will still stay alive, which means that Team Velocity will end up saving their weapons, but that will put at Reckoning Esports on match point, ladies and gentlemen. 12-8. Reckoning Esports, what a performance.
Absolutely wonderful performance from Reckoning here today. Pretty sure that they were going to be considered, at least the underdogs in this fight against VLT. Sure, I've probably just, absolutely ticked off the Reckoning fans in the chat. But hey, forgive me, guys. I'm just saying how it is, right? But at the end of the day, whether you saw them as the underdogs or you were supporting them to win right from the outset, it cannot be questioned right now that at map point here, Reckoning have proven themselves far beyond what some of the more generous estimates might have even given them in this match. They just need one round and they will put VLT under pressure in an 0-1 map count situation as you have the utility dumps coming in. But no, in the windows, Pixels was just sitting there waiting for somebody to push unawares, and that was MW1. Hello does find a kill, but gets retraded instantly as Amaterasu comes around, finds Pixels. That is the revenge for the kill from earlier. Right to Ace and Amaterasu coming in the B long side, and Deathmaker is going to find Bad Love. That is a big drop right there. Spike is on the ground, and it is known its position, that is, to these defenders. Right, Trace will have seen one on the A sewers, sends out a smoke orb, as this is once again looking a little dicey for Reckoning map point round, but they need to recover fast if they want to win.
Yeah, they have the spike info. All they have to do is just wait for them to arrive right at their crossfire. And Deathmaker will do exactly that. Triple kill, which means Velocity Gaming, they're not out of this just yet. They're just warming up. And this win might have given them a chance for VLT to put themselves back on overtime. 12-2, high likely a chance that it can happen. But if Velocity Gaming makes a single mistake like we did get to see in the previous round, getting picked off quite early and when they made in for a heavy aggressive push from the B side, then it would go at the hands of Reckoning Esports. And I believe Reckoning Esports will just play it safe for now. They will just wait for Reckoning for Velocity to make their aggressive plays, just hold their ground, see if they can get a pick or two, and then make their progressive push. And now look at this, a lot of utilities being dumped around on A lobby side, smokes being used, even the fault line from Amaterasu to deny that push. But Deadly, he's playing so close, and Right to Ace had no idea he was that very fast.
Absolutely unfortunate for Right to Ace right there, but he will go down nonetheless. Deathmaker is going to teleport all the way to C alongside one of the teammates, Sky, who's gone off towards that side as well, anticipating a change of sight as we're going to have a gunfight right now. Deathmaker's up, approaching C long. Can he find one? No! The shots are missed, but not from Rio. That kill will be taken. More shots are fired, but Helif can't quite get the kill. Gets shut down instead by Hirsch. And now it is a 2v5. And VLT once again scrambling to try and win around here. They're coming around to C long, flashes out, and MW1 does not miss that. Gets two instead. Pixels is down as well. They need a couple more kills, and this round will be theirs, but will they be able to do so? That is the question. Here comes the Tremor. The Daze is there. Amaterasu does get the refrag instantly onto Hirsch, but here's Nightfall. Amaterasu, Decay and marked right now. The teleport from the chamber, and Rio finds the opening as the first map is won, and it is won by Reckoning Esports. What a map from them. Haven 13-9, and what a way to open a best of three. Wouldn't you agree, Baba?
Yeah, Jack, 13 wins at the hands of Reckoning Esports. Man, whew. First map itself, 13-9, Reckoning Esports. They're showing no mercy, that's for sure. But for Velocity Gaming, they've also they've had a lot of problems on second half. Right, Reckoning Esports had so much control on their attack coordination. It was just difficult for either Deathmaker or Amaterasu to see whether if they can find an opening or not. They just kept pressuring the C side, C garage, C side. They just kept being aggressive for so many times that they didn't even let Velocity Gaming make any push or any attempts while they were on defense. But you still have to talk about Velocity Gaming, right? In the first half, they were looking so strong, and then Reckoning Esports adapting to the situation, and that adaptation is really what it gave Reckoning Esports the win on Map Haven.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Reckoning adapting to the playstyle that they were being presented with. And, as soon as they were able to do that, well, they managed to get the leg up on Velocity. And I mean, we can see what happened in these highlights as a result of that, right? We had multiple rounds being taken back to back to back by Velocity in the middle. Of course, as you will see very soon, they went from a 2-2 all the way to a 7-3. And there was a time where Reckoning was absolutely looking down and out of it. However, they brought it back, and boy howdy did they bring it back strong. After that, there really wasn't too much from Velocity that we saw that we can really call out right about now, because as soon as they lost, well, losing a couple of rounds, don't get me wrong, it is already, not great, right? When you go from a 7-3 to, say, like 7-5, 7-6, that's not the best feeling in the world, I will agree. But to go from the 7-3, excuse me, all the way to an 8-7, and then only be able to scrape by for an equalizer and never again, that will definitely not have felt good for VLT, not in the slightest. Some of the plays we saw, I mean, Deadly, full credit where credit is due. Deadly was absolutely a big thorn in the side of Velocity Gaming. And going into map number 2, Velocity will have to think and really discuss about where they went wrong in map 1 and how do they fix this and adapt for map number 2.
Yeah, Pixels. I have to talk about Pixels though from Reckoning Design. Man, he is such a great player playing as the controller. He knows at what time he needs to peak, what time he does not. He gave a lot of support for the team with the smokes, Cosmic Divide. It was just, he just played to perfection. And winning that 1v1 clutch, even though Amaterasu was, he still stuck with the spike defuse, right? He just stuck with it. He only needed like a brief 0.5 seconds, and that would have been it. That would have went out at the hands of VLT, but Pixels denied that. And mainly because of that, they had so much economic growth from their ends. They had Phantoms, they had Vandals on every single rounds, and VLT were forced to be in a very disadvantageous situation. That actually happened on the first half itself when Reckoning Esports were on defense too. But all in all, let's take a look at the map number 1 scoreboard itself. 13-9 MVP. It is Deadly. The man with the showstopper and the satchel charges really did give work for Reckoning Esports to win map number 1. But let's not forget map number 2. It is the map for Team Velocity Gaming, and they will not be happy about this.
I mean, there's no reason for them to be, right? The way they lost this map, definitely not something that they will be looking at fondly. As you can see in the MVP screens, Deadly and Helif against each other, in this, as it were, MVP screen. But overall, I think the performances speak for themselves. VLT, really well attempted right there. But again, not quite all in it. Reckoning, well played at the end of the day. They will move up to map number 2 with a 1-0 advantage. And one more map, if they are able to make this a 2-0, that's a big if, mind you, then they will be putting VLT in a big spot of bother in terms of their qualification. Match MVP, of course, right here, Helif with a 19-16 and 8 assist game. Absolutely wonderfully played right there. Even a first blood to their name and a 250 combat score at the end of the map. Well played indeed.
Yeah, well played to Helef, giving so much info with the Seekers, the flash to time it out at the right time. He really gave a lot of chances for them to proceed. But all in all, it's just, ooh boy. For Velocity Gaming, it is a lot to talk about, man. 19 kills, a job well done from Helef. But for map number 2, things wouldn't be as same as you'd expected it would happen from Reckoning Esports, because on map number 2 it will be a tough challenge for them. So I hope that they're ready and they'll be ready to face whatever Team Velocity Gaming will put through at their footsteps. But all in all, man oh man, what a way to end off on map number 1. Reckoning Esports clearly shows that they are still in the game, but Velocity Gaming, they will ensure to get their victory on map number 2 itself. And just a reminder, folks, get your free tickets right now for the TC LAN event, which will happen in Bengaluru, 12th, 13th, and 14th August. Make sure you mark your calendars. Check the link in the description below and also on the pinned comments to get your free tickets for the biggest LAN event. But for now, folks, we're just going to take a short little break and we'll be right back with map number 2.
legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Crucial and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Augusta, with my co-caster Blackjack, as we are here for map number 2 from Team Velocity Gaming versus Reckoning Esports. We saw the first matchup on Haven, and Reckoning Esports will definitely win that 13-9, and now they're here on Velocity Gaming's map pick, Map Ascent, where Reckoning Esports, they're the ones on map point, and now they're here to finish it off on a 2-0. Can it happen, or will we see Velocity Gaming put us all the way towards deciders? Jack, what are your thoughts about this?
Honestly, I'm starting to feel more and more like Decider map is very, very likely. Looking at the map picks right here on your screens, 13-9 on Haven to Reckoning Esports in a beautiful performance, especially in the mid game, going from 3-7 to 8-7 to 13-9. Well played to Reckoning. They went Haven for a reason, and well, now we know. Ascent is the second map on board for us today, and this is, of course, picked by Velocity, with Reckoning going defense first. So this is going to be very interesting. Once again, Velocity coming to Ascent, a map that they are pretty strong on, all things considered, as overall they've got a 65% win rate here versus Reckoning on Ascent, who have a 62% win rate. So very close on this map for the two teams, but given that the difference was much higher on Haven, with Velocity having a much higher win percentage on that map, the fact that Reckoning took it means that Velocity VLT will have to be very, very careful on map number 2.
Yep, map number 2 will be a very tough fight between Reckoning Esports and Velocity Gaming. Velocity Gaming, if they win this, they will win. They'll add 2-point wins in the group stages, and Reckoning Esports, they're also willing to do the same. The standings in itself clearly shows that first position it's Velocity Gaming, and in second place it's Reckoning Esports. So I'm pretty much sure that Reckoning Esports will give every single fight that they have in their arsenal, and the same thing can be said to Team Velocity Gaming. So map number 2, this is Velocity's map pick. Map will be on Ascent, and Reckoning Esports will be on the defensive side. And the major question of it all is, what kind of agents do we get to see being picked from both of these teams?
Well, that is, of course, a question that we will be slowly, taking a look at over the course of the next few minutes, and of course, in the agent selection in general. Looking at Ascent for Velocity, I think it's pretty clear they really like the composition of a Breach, Cypher, Jet, Omen, and a Sova. Sova is a mainstay for them in pretty much all of their compositions as well. There's a couple of Cyphers sprayed around in there, and of course there's Jet as well. Plenty of Omen that's played here as well from Velocity. So I think those agents, I was about to say operators again, agents would be expected, as it were, from them on this map.
Yep, it always comes down to that. Map number 2, Ascent. I clearly don't think that we could see a Cypher being brought out, because not a lot do we get to see Cypher being picked on most of the maps, especially in the qualifier stage itself. We didn't get to see a single match with Cypher in it. Sure, we did see Yoru, but no, not a lot we get to see Cypher in their hands, because on the Sentinel stage, you would either see a combo which is later on from Chamber's side. So it's either Chamber or Killjoy, Chamber or Sage, and high likely a chance that a Chamber Sage can happen on a map like Ascent. Even more so, KJ is very powerful on this place. So whether or not if Reckoning Esports can bring out those double Sentinels, or maybe we could see double Initiators coming in from their end, that will be an interesting stuff to look at it in the map Ascent itself.
Excuse me right there, I forgot I was muted. Something that's carried over from the other maps and other games that I've done. Forgive me for that, folks. But anyhow, agent selection is up on your screens. And yep, just as Baba called, no Cypher in play. We do have two fades this time. Rio bringing in the fade once again from Reckoning side, but Amaterasu bringing in that agent as well in place of the Breach that we saw him play last map. There is a Breach still. Hirsch is bringing in that agent as we have an Astra, a Neon from RGE, as in the meanwhile, when it comes to VLT, MW1 has gone out into the KO instead, the initiator that is, and the duelist role is being given to the Jet player that is Deathmaker. As on the other side for RGE, of course, we have the Neon and, of course, Chamber, who can just about do everything when it comes to a map. And finally, Astra, the controller, to round it out for the VLT roster.
It's interesting to see the agents pick from Velocity's sides. We don't see Chamber, but instead we see a double initiator comp from both Amaterasu and MW1. KO is such a strong competitor and on any maps. The ability of suppressing the opposition's utilities, even more so with the help of his null command, which is so powerful on any executes. And how can I even forget about the pop flashes and the fragment, which would just put the opposition on a very bad spot if they cannot figure out a way to counter it. And what's even more deadly is that if you time it right, if the suppression did get to catch Chamber, the trap will instantly be deactivated. That's how powerful KO is, and VLT, they will try to play to that accordingly.
Absolutely. I mean, things like that will be very, very harmful, for the side of Reckoning Esports. Those traps and other bits of utility that can be placed down beforehand or even actively used, everything can be shut down by the KO, but he has to be in the right place at the right time, and more importantly, alive to use it. MW1 is a fantastic gunner, and, there's definitely not a lot of chance that he'll be taken down before he can use his utility, but it has happened a couple of times. Anyhow, folks, we are not going to be making you wait any much longer. We're going straight into the match. Map number 2 in this BO3. Reckoning currently leads 1-0. To those just joining us after map number 1, Reckoning is in the lead, and they are very much looking to close it out 2-0, but this is Velocity's map pick, and once again, just like Reckoning went to Haven for a solid reason, we have VLT picking out this map for a solid reason as well. What that reason is, we're about to find out as the countdown ends, and here we go, round 1.
We have round number 1, and it's time for VLT to make an opening, and with it, Padlov, oh boy, he had to run away as quickly as he can. Right here, post-plant, looks like RGE wants to contest this post-plant situation, which in its fact, a very good spot. Even more so, HellF is also doing the back-end stuff. They know that they're pushing in all the way from mid, and Amaterasu is here. 2 kills with the Ghost. Deadly and Harsh will go down, which means that the entire push which is being made from the mid side will be contained, and contained it is at the hands of a 1v2 situation. If Right to Ace closes this, in which he will not, will gladly open up his account in the attack rounds. Round number 1, pistol round, is theirs, and also what a way for HellF to be making those distractions, and Amaterasu getting those 3 kills to succeed the pistol rounds.
Yeah, and absolutely very, very well played round right there from the side of the attack right now. VLT starting off strong in the pistol round. So that's going to allow them to, of course, go into round number 2, get all of the utilities, and, of course, get their guns, Spectres for everyone from the looks of it. As round 2, we have the push into A main coming in, and Deadly, on the other hand, is going to instead go up to the rafters to try and hold this A bomb site, which is already being, emphasized on, but decides to hold back instead. The the underpass has been cleared out. Right to Ace gets the plant off, not quite at the default spot, but the turret's out now as well. So information will be there for this attacking team. They are completely set up, as in the meanwhile, Reckoning are playing for the site retake.
Yep, lurks are present, so does the push from RGE, since they're going in for a full save round. They're using the necessary utilities that they can for this execute. What will happen next? We all know what's gonna happen next. It's right to Ace. 3 kills in his name, but he cannot get the last kill. But wait a minute, RGE. They're back in a 2v1. What just happened? Left. He needs to open the door. Harsh, he's not gonna fake it. He's gonna attempt. He's gonna get it. He's gonna give RGE the win. Oh boy, round number 2. Harsh. What a way for RGE to win that execute, man. This was supposed to be the LT's round. This was supposed to be 2-0. But Harsh, he made that happen. Aftershock, smokes, execute. Even more so. Rio, man. Amazing.
Amazing is definitely the word I'd use for that one, Baba. What a round right there for Hirsch, and of course for the rest of Reckoning. They needed to win the second round after losing their pistol, and in the end they end up winning round number 2, which of course counts as a thrifty round or pistol round, depends on how you call it, which leaves the side of VLT a little bit, stinging, just a little bit. The fact that they lost that round, they had full control over the side as well. But we're going to move on quickly from that round, as right now, round number 2, we have a big presence on mid from the attackers. VLT trying to push in towards the site, but no dice so far. They're taking it slow. They're taking it methodically as the utilities are being sent out. Here's the first gunfight, and Deathmaker wins that beautiful headshot onto Deadly. That is, of course, the fragger gone. And that deal is being on the floor. It will open up a lot more for this attacking team right here.
Yeah, Deathmaker opening up that first account will put Reckoning Esports in a bit of a bother, because Deadly is the one who's just got picked out. And when it comes to information gain, you could say that Velocity Gaming does know the information regarding some of the recent players. Suppression will definitely include that, but the main problem is VLT are at a major disadvantage. They're on only pistols, and that is more than enough for RGE to hold their ground. 3 kills at the hands of Pixels, and also from the hands of Bad Love. Spike's been dropped. They have the information regarding this, but Amaterasu is strong on the Sheriffs. Headshot, he'll get the upgrade. Post plant is in. Even with the fault line and the aftershock, won't be able to get the... Actually, he does! Man, oh man, I did not expect that to happen, but it did. The aftershock to take out Amaterasu, which means Deathmaker. He's the one who needs to make the plays. 1v2. Oh boy, the ult didn't work out well from Deathmaker. This could be huge, but no, it does not. Rio shuts him down, and with it, RGE, they'll get to win round number 3 as well.
Another round going to Reckoning as they absolutely shut down the push coming in from the side of VLT. That was a very good attempt in the garden area right there. But again, 1 kill and then the push into side. But because they were all on pistols, they couldn't quite, secure their positions, or rather keep it secured until the, retake. Once again, the site retake came in onto A from the side of the defense right here. Reckoning once again doing good on the side retake. 2 back-to-back diffuses of the spike right there, and that means they will be once again leading in the round. Early rounds, mind you, it's only been 3 so far. As all right, the information play right there. Bad Love using up a shot of the operator, but we'll have to fall back instead. Deathmaker pushing up through mid once again, trying to go towards the garden side. Pixel is here along with the Neon as the Nightfall comes in. Deathmaker wants to get in, but can't quite just yet. There we go, goes right through garden. Flashes are out. Hella finds one. That's Bad Love on the floor. That's a big drop as the side control will once again go to these attackers right now. Garden has not a single gunfight on the garden side this time. As a spike will be planted, it's once again a post-plant retake for the defenders right here.
Yep, and Deadly taking care of the Sentinel right to Ace will put a lot of chances to succeed for Reckoning. He even have the orbital strike. All it needs is just perfect timing. Here it is, the orbital strike, also the execute. Harsh taking your Deathmaker, and even with MW1's best share of efforts to hold his ground, it's not gonna happen. 2v1. Helaf needs to clutch this 1v2 if he needs Velocity Gaming to succeed. Just pre-fires again. They're not gonna face. It's not working out too much, and it's Pixel to save the round. A second attempt on that post plant, and VLT. You can just look at that in their face cams itself. They were so focused on that execute on A. The smokes were present, and it was just very difficult for the Astra to just go in blind firing to see whether if he can get the kill or not. The ping wasn't even present, so it worked out well. But man, 3 to 1, three post plant successions at the hands of RGE. Can you believe that, Jack?
I mean, it's hard to think about against VLT, but Reckoning Esports is proving us wrong today once again. Shots fired with Bad Love. Ooh, nearly got that one. Can't quite guess the second shot, though. That is Deathmaker on the floor. The Jet gone. And once again, VLT losing a big body right at the start. A big player, that is to say. Right at the start of the round. They will not be liking this one. As once again, you have the cross being watched in guard, and MW1 wants to push this, but Amaterasu will get Bad Love. The trade is in. But the question is, which side does VLT want to go for? They've tried A couple of times now, but it hasn't quite worked. As MW1 has got the flash ready, pop flash potentially going out. Pixel wants to peek this, still goes down. MW1 with 2, taking out the aggressors and clearing out Garden entirely. Suppression knife is out, and that means the push into A is pretty much here. And the relocation will have to come in from the remaining 2 defenders.
Yeah, with the confirmation from MW1, not quite sure what exactly happened from his end, but all in all, 2v3, you could say that right to Ace was on the lurk side. He will gladly get the defuse, he'll gladly get the spike and execute in towards the A side itself with some good amount of traps being placed. Some alarm bots, swamp grenades, everything is present, which means that this thrifty round will be influential from Velocity's end. They are in dire need of a win after 3 consecutive post-plant losses. And now, the 2v3 situation, Halef playing near the smoke. He gets one with the Sheriff. Good shot. Pre-fires from Hush. He will get that through the smoke to take out Halef. But Amaterasu is still here, although even more so, right to Ace. His Sheriff shots are pristine, and with it, thrifty round will come into the hands of BLT. They need this. They need this round so bad. 3-2. And now, look on the bright side. Not only do they get the victory on the eco rounds, they'll also get their ultimates back too. Lockdown is present. Null Command is there. Even more so, Cosmic Divide. 3 deadlier combos. And now Reckoning Esports needs to guess at which round will they get to use them.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got all of these utilities. They've got the ultimates, of course. They've got the skills in play as well as we go into a technical timeout for Velocity Gaming, folks. But don't worry, this match will resume. It's not going to take too long for them to get back. But for the time being, we're just waiting and watching for how Reckoning responds to what will be ultimately a massive, massive push from the side of the attack. And Reckoning, they've got a couple of their ults ready as well, of course, Neon and Fade, but they'd also like the Breach and Brimstone to be fully prepared with theirs. Of course, the Orbital Strike and the Tremors will be very important right here. The Chamber, of course, doing what a Chamber does, normally traps and teleports all over the map as we wait for the round to restart. And while we do, folks, once again, a reminder to go down to the description or go to the socials of the Esports Club and get yourself the free tickets that are available for the Esports Club Arena, which will be happening between August 12th and 14th in Bangalore, one of the biggest events in recent memory, one of the biggest LAN events, I should say, that'll be happening, especially in these last couple of years that we've had this full online tournament only sort of thing that's been going on for a while. But now a big LAN is coming, so get your tickets. Everyone will be there and everything will be there as well. Cosplay will be there. There'll be community tournaments, there'll be meets and greets and all the like. So if you want to have a lot of fun in August for those 3 days, Bangalore TEC Arena, we hope you're ready.
Yeah, we hope you're ready, folks. 12th, 13th, and 14th August. Mark your calendars. Ensure that you're ready to have the biggest entertainment in the TEC Arena. And if you guys are wondering why did we have to take the technical rehost, it mainly had to do with the MW1. Remember, he just went, just fully straight. He was supposed to be looking at towards defender side spawn. Turns out he had a minor disconnect because of that. Disconnects happens more likely. But yeah, we've got MW1 back. We just need to wait for the ready confirmations being made from both Reckoning Esports' end and also at the hands of Team Velocity Gaming. And without having any further delays, we'll be able to proceed in towards the match itself. All in all, man, Reckoning Esports winning 3 back-to-back post-plant rounds is very unexpected, don't you think, Jack?
Yeah, no, I will agree with you there. The post plant retakes from them have been very, very good. And even the round that they ended up losing, I think it was what, a 1v2 at the end of it, right? So that was also pretty close in the grand scheme of things. We're still waiting for the reconnection, mind you, from MW1. Once we get more info about that, we will, of course, update all of our viewers at home who are waiting patiently for this match. We know that a pause like this, a long one at that, especially, can be annoying. Trust me, for us casters and, of course, for production, it gets annoying as well because there's not much that we can say or do until the reconnection happens. But hey, that's just the kind of region that we are in. That is, of course, South Asia. But looks like the reconnection is almost ready. So as soon as we get the ready confirmation, we will go right back into the match. And folks, we once again hope you are ready with your food, your snacks, as it were, and your drinks. This is one of those matches that are basically, in and of themselves, a 10 out of 10 feature length movie, right? Because it is action, there's going to be some level of back and forth. And of course, you know it, this is South Asia, so there's going to be a lot to talk about in these matches, as well as we, myself and Baba Gusta, of course, guide you through this game. Map number 2, currently looking at A01 in the map count for Reckoning Esports. Once again, this is just a reminder for all of our viewers and for those who are joining us just now. It is currently 1-0 to Reckoning Esports, who have the map point, as it were, and the first map went to them 13-9. They were down 7-3, but they won it 13-9 nonetheless. And now VLT are on the back foot. They are once again trailing behind a lead from Reckoning. It is 3-2 in Reckoning's favor. It's only been the first 5 rounds, though, and there's a long match here on Ascent to go before we decide who wins and who loses, whether or not we go to map 3, which, for those wondering, is Icebox. And that third map is going to be very, very interesting as well. So there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to play for, and both of these teams are going to be fighting their hearts out for the potential win.
Yes, indeed, Jack. And having 2 points to the table is exactly what both Team Velocity and Reckoning Esports are trying to aim for. And Reckoning Esports, they are this close. They're just one map close to securing their spot. I mean, to secure their win against Team Velocity Gaming. 2-0. We've seen a lot of situations that Velocity Gaming, when they go head to head against Team Reckoning Esports, there's a lot of best of 3 matches that did ended up on a 2-1 score count, and most of it did favor the hands of Team Velocity Gaming. Which you think about that, Jack? All of the
Yeah.
head to head matches that we've seen on other tournaments, like 3 to 4 of them, those matches were absolutely amazing, though, I'm not gonna lie. But if you just focus on the history between those head-to-head matches, Velocity Gaming has won most of it, right? So knowing that in map number 2 being on Ascent, even if Team Reckoning Esports got an amazing opening 3 defensive round wins, you still need to know that the pistol round are still at the hands of VLT. Even more so, they got to win their recent rounds, which means they'll have pistols and vandals. The same thing cannot be said for Reckoning Esports as well, because they're back with the eco rounds as well. So if unless and until Reckoning Esports make a miraculous win on the eco rounds, you could still say that Team Velocity Gaming can win more than 3 to 4 rounds in map Ascent itself. Map number 2, this will be huge for them, and even more so with the round commencing. Let's see how well will they produce.
Here we go. How well does either side fare in this returning round number 6, that is? Battle of watching over mid, does see Deathmaker and still gets the shot. Chamber, even if you don't buy an op, you still have a one-shot sniper rifle. That is, of course, one of Chamber's more powerful abilities. And that is once again the duelist gone for VLT. They'll be reeling from that loss, but they'll have to adapt quickly, as now we have Helif approaching a lobby towards the entry side, but Badlove is here. Once again, Chamber all over the map. The presence is felt everywhere. And that shot from Helif will have given away the fact that there was somebody thinking about it, at least, when it comes to pushing towards that site. But no, It seems they've all relocated. They want to go towards B, and here we go. Night falls in, but still not much. Shots fired from Rio right through the wall towards that entry hallway. Amaterasu and MW1, they're the ones coming in. Right to Ace holding the door as well, but they've got a smoke orb here that they have to deal with. But here we go, suppression and the full push in as the Astro Device comes in. Now, Deadly has to find one. Rio gets the down on MW1. Rio with another. Hirsch goes down to Helif, but this is not looking too good for the side of the attack. Right to Ace is in a bit of a spot right now as Deadly goes down. Rio is still alive, mind you, but Helif comes around, gets that kill anyway.
You should
Now,
run.
it's a
10 seconds
2v2.
left.
Pixels coming in
Time.
through the fire and the flames. Time is what matters here, but no, Helif gets the
Spike
fourth.
planted.
And it's all down to Bad Love. And it looks like it is, in fact, a post-plant. What a turnaround right there from VLT.
Oh, the lockdown, everything just went so well. But for Rio, though, missing that third kill to take our right to Ace really did put a lot for RGE's end. They had such great control. And somehow, in just 5 seconds, Velocity just managed to do it. They have managed a very close round, and all they have to do is just remove Bad Love out of the equation, and they won't have any problems in doing so. What a round from VLT. And what a play from Rio. 3 kills with the Sheriff. 3 kills, Jack. He was about to take out Right to Ace, and if Right to Ace was gone, that would have been a thrifty round at the hands of RG. That would have been huge on round number 6. That would have been it. VLT would have had a lot of problems on their economic growth, but man, Right to Ace, man, he stays true to his name, Jack. He has the right to Ace. Even more so, he has the right to support for Team VLT, and he just did an absolutely an amazing job at holding his team, supporting his team, establishing crossfire angles, and giving that win that they need. Desperate win at that too. 3-3 equalizer. Anything can happen on round number 7.
Absolutely anything, but Deathmaker will not be the first one to go down this time around, making absolutely sure that there's no way that our player would get that duelist down early. Instead, getting the first kill this time around, absolutely needed for the side of VLT. Losing the first body has been a big point of contention for them so far, but as the smoke up goes off on mid, they've got to be careful. MW1 was watching that area just a second ago, but the flash is popped. Helif watching mid, but no goes down. Pixels will find the flank watch right now. Hirsch comes around the back. Can he find MW1 right now? They're so close, and yes, there we go. MW1 on the floor. Right to Ace does get one, but Amaterasu goes down in the meanwhile. Deadly's here, and the spike carrier has been killed, and there goes the final attacker as well. Pixels finds Right to Ace, and once again, it was, I wouldn't say it's a retake because, you know, site control wasn't really there for VLT, but they went through mid, and once again, just something lacking in that VLT attack right there, allowing for the flank, allowing for the mid and spawn push from Reckoning's side. Velocity losing out another round, 4-3, as Reckoning take back the lead.
You also need to know that they had to waste 2 utilities in order to win that thrifty, in order to win RG not being able to win that thrifty round itself. So that entire round gave a less amount of success rates in the previous round itself. They lost a lot of utilities, lockdowns were gone even more so. They even lost null command, but with this first frag from LF, taking down Pixel, this might be huge. Orbital strike is gone, no more of those smokes, and even more so, Bad Love is here to hold his ground to take out Killjoy. This is big. 4-4 equalizer, and yet we still need to determine who has the advantage first. The timing of that flash, but it's still not enough. Amaterasu knows exactly what's happening, but the shader will happen nonetheless. Deadly's still here, aggressive as always. He gets to take out Helef. Also, MW1 at the hands of Hirsch, which means Deathmaker, all by his lonesome, has the blade storm, and he needs to find all 3 players. We've seen him, his performance with the duelist Jet. He's so pristine. All he needs to do is just isolate this 1v1 gunfight. And if he gets this information right, he might be able to make the play of the game. He will get 1. He needs to find 2 more. Not a lot of informations from his end, but if he gets to time this right, this clutch will be crucial for
30
VLT.
seconds left.
Bad Love knows exactly where he is. Just a single tap to the head will claim the life of Deathmaker. 5-3. RGE, they are not stopping an inch, and they are here to win it out in the first half itself.
Absolutely. Once again, trading for each other constantly and winning their gunfights. RGE are leading when it comes to, well, pretty much every aspect or nearly every aspect of these rounds so far. This first half for them is absolutely crucial for when they go into the attack in the second half. Then you will be, seeing a different kind of velocity gaming. I mean, of course, things will have to change. Their overall push and overall, decision making will have to change and adapt for the defense. But right now, we've got a full play right now on the A entry, but not quite. That was a little bit of a utility dump, but it seems that at the lack of any given kills or side entry, as it were, the side of VLT are just gonna fall back instead. Right to Ace is simply waiting as well in the spawn side of things. Okay, interesting. I think
Yeah.
a call is being made to one of the admins for some sort of disconnection or something like that. So we'll have to wait and see what becomes of that, folks. Don't worry. We will, of course, update all of our viewers on what's what, as it were. I think a reset is being called, and I think both sides are, agreeing to it as well. So, yeah, that again, it's all down to the admins, folks. So, once they have their decisions, we will, of course, update all viewers on that. So, what could have been a round? Okay, there we go. I think the reset has been approved. So, we're going to have to take a quick second here,
30
folks,
seconds
as we
left.
get the lobby back up and running here. A little unfortunate, as it were. The round looked like it could have been a very action-heavy round. We saw, what was right in the middle there. They were trying to get into A entry so aggressively at that too. All the utilities and whatnot being used up, but not to B. As once again the reset was taken. So as soon as it's all set and put back in order, as it were, the rounds and round history, and you get the point, all the technical stuff in the back end, we will be going back into the match once again. You won't have to wait too long, hopefully, as the rounds will be put back in order. It is a 5-3 still, so it's not going to be a 6-3. It will be a 5-3 as far as I am aware. And with that, well, we hope you're enjoying the match. That is for sure. For the time being, Baba, what do you think that we might see in the remaining bit of the first half that we have from VLT specifically?
From VLT, I still can understand what's going on from their end, right? MW1, he's just having a lot of recent disconnects. I mean, this is the second time he's got disconnect, so apparently there might be something related to connectivity issues, or maybe some issues relating to the ISPs, which is having a lot of problems from VLT's end. But unless and until they do decide to focus on getting their round back, you still need to know that Reckoning Esports, they have got the momentum, right? Is there any other way that Team Velocity can break the momentum and see another way where they can dismantle their defensive holds, or maybe they could perform even much more confidently in the second half itself? That can happen, right? If VLT at least can get to end their first half at a 5-7, or maybe on a 5-3, maybe it can work. But in second half, we need to see whether if VLT can succeed their pistol rounds, because winning pistol rounds means more chances of them winning their future rounds itself, and forcing Reckoning Esports on an eco round, which would mainly end up being on Thrifties. And talk about Thrifties, Reckoning Esports have won a lot. And it's mostly thanks to Pixels, who's been doing Pixels, who's been doing a lot of major work. You even have Harsh, who's been dealing a lot of damage, being as the initiator. The breach, the fault line, perfectly used. But for VLT, right to ace, man, the lockdown, the execute was just the backups that they had to use from VLT was just absolutely phenomenal. This VLT has done an amazing job on attack so far, so far. But on second half, this is where the major changes happened. And
That
that's all
is
I can say. Yeah, that's all I can say at this moment. Yeah.
no, but yeah, this next round, as it were, round 9 that we'll be going to, that is where a lot of changes need to happen for these attackers, specifically VLT. That is, like you mentioned, a couple of disconnects, but more importantly, I feel like it's just been a case of, I don't exactly, I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels off about them compared to how we saw them in map 1 Haven. They kind of feel like they're not quite all there. Maybe something's off with the coordination. Maybe something's not quite there in terms of how they're playing, because we're seeing them make, some mistakes and whatnot, right? In that they keep, losing flank. We saw that in a couple of rounds on Haven. We saw it just now in this map as well, right? Their flank watch has left a lot to be desired, I will say. And a lot of side retakes have happened because the defenders, well, they've just gotten a clean pass on one part or the other of the map. Either it's on mid when they're trying to retake on B, or it's on the rafters when they're trying to retake A. And I'm not saying that, as soon as the plant is down, as soon as the spike's on the ground, we should have all of the attacking members just spread out all over the map, right? That's impossible, because you'll be taking 1v2s and 1v3 gunfights, as it were. But at the same time, it's not always possible to do that. So some of the rounds I can give them a pass for, but it's happened multiple times now, and multiple times where a retake has been successful, thanks to, of course, the players of Reckoning. So at some point, you got to ask, when do VLT respond to those flanks, to the retakes? Because the rounds that VLT have won are the rounds where they have fought face front against the defenders, yeah, and they have shut them down. So how will they respond here? Again, that's my question. I know I asked you the same thing, right? But that, again, we don't know. The rounds haven't quite started back yet, right? So obviously we don't know how it will. So how the response will be. But personally, when it comes to VLT, I'd like to see a bit more on their flank watch. I'd like to see a bit more on their overall coverage, that is, of the spike when they get that on the floor as well. They've left a bit to be desired from that front, if you ask me.
Yeah, and talk about the main stars from Velocity's and MW1 and Deathmaker, who's just an amazing player if they're doing both the roles of initiators and duelist. For now, if you look at the scoreboard in the second map itself, you see MW1 and Deathmaker. Actually, you know what, let's not focus on the scoreboard itself. The main thing that you need to focus is the way how the teams have been executing into as a side itself. For most of the executes that VLT has succeeded, they've succeeded in planting the spike. But when it comes to post plant, that is where RGE excelled. The aftershock to deny most of the control from below A rafters. Even more so, you had pixels to block lines of sight. The composition and the amount of brute force that they've applied on every single execute ended up being more likely in their favor when it comes to man count. RGE, it's more of like, say for an example, it's like a SWAT team who just breaches up the doorway, and you have all 5 players just pushing in at the same direction. That's how RGE has been pushing, and it's been favorable for most likely 3 to 4 rounds. But there are some situations where VLT did contain those situations, and that was only 2 rounds when they had a full buy, when they had their ultimates up and running, and mainly because of that ultimates being used, the cosmic divide and plus the lockdown. That was They had to use so much utility to deny the aggressiveness that RG was showing in the first place.
I mean, yeah, there was a lot used to deny that, but at the same time, when you use that utility, you got to leave yourself, you got to find the openings as well. Punish the attackers for their mistakes, or the defenders in this case, right, for their mistakes. But even in the utility dumps from the side of VLT, we've seen Reckoning be the ones punish VLT for their mistakes, even when they don't have all too much utility. Maybe their alts aren't up yet, something or the other, whatever have you, right? It's still been punish from the side of Reckoning onto VLT for their mistakes. VLT has, won in terms of their gunfights, yes, but at the same time, Reckoning has just won more, right? I mean, 5-3 score, obviously they've won more. But at the same time, when it comes to the overall performance of the map, I would still say that this first half so far, 5-3 as it is, we know that there's plenty more rounds to go, but first half as it is certainly right now, it's definitely a Reckoning first half. But can they keep this up? That, of course, is the big question on their minds right now. They will need to keep this up. They'll need to get momentum, and they already have that. So they'll need to now keep this momentum, like how they did in the mid game on Haven, where they absolutely shut down anyone who tried to, from the VLT side, who tried to, stop them from winning rounds and making what was the mid-round comeback, mid-match comeback, that is. Well, they still got it. They went from 3-7 to 8-7 and then 13-9. So now they're looking to have that early lead, keep it that way, and apply even more pressure on VLT.
Yep, absolutely, Jack. And again, folks, if you're still wondering what's happening right now, it's 5-3. Apparently, VLT is having some issues regarding their connectivity. It's MW1 who has some issues relating to this issue. So until then, folks, why don't you check the description in this video, and more likely check the pinned comments and get yourself a free ticket for the TC Arena. 3 days, folks, 12th, 13th, and 14th August. Don't go anywhere. This will be the best TC Arena that you will ever find. You'll have cosplays, we have fun times. You even get to meet your favorite content creators in Bangalore itself. So go ahead, check the link in the description below. Get yourself a free ticket for the TC Arena. It's also on the pinned comments. And more likely, shout out to all the sponsors, AMD Ryzen, Windows 11, and also Crucial, who's been making this tournament. They've been helping us with the tournament a lot. So even more so, Loco, uh, great social platform of them all. Just everyone's here for this to happen at the right time. Again, we do have to apologize for the delay which is being caused. Again, it's VLT's issues. We couldn't do anything about it. We have to wait for more than 5 to 6 minutes. So until then, we'll be taking a short break and we'll make sure to resolve this issue quickly.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics. the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. The legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the AMD Ryzen Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Crucial and our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Babagusa as we are back after a rather lengthy cousin reset that we had to take because of a disconnection from the side of from the side of VLT, but it's been taken care of and we're right back into the game. As you can see, round number 9 has started. Amaterasu is already going for the plant right now as a quick take into the A side has happened. Deathmaker under the rafters right now, defending away the utilities coming in from the side of the defense as this rush, as it were, definitely caught the side of the defense a little unawares.
Yeah, it looks like VLT, they've always succeeded in pre-plant, and now they just have to focus on post-plant, orbital strike. Every single utility has been present from Reckoning's end, and looks like they've got their opening. 2 kills at the hands of RGE, and they want to continue to do so. Helaf is still here, Aftershock is present, and Hush doing his best share of efforts to hold his ground, and Rio is still here. He's succeeding with the defuse. He's got it! He's got it! 6-3, and my god, Reckoning Esports, they're looking strong as ever.
As strong as ever, Rio just goes in the middle of all that chaos and says, hey, nice spike. This is mine now, by the way. Gets it and puts the round in Reckoning's favor. Once again, we were talking about this, right, in the break, Baba, that site retakes are something that Reckoning clearly has full control over. And they are showing that once again with that beautifully played retake right there. They waited just long enough to make VLT a little antsy about what was going to happen on entry, and as soon as they felt that the time was right, they let it rip, and my goodness, did they catch VLT off. Right now, 6-3 on the lead right now. Bad love. Op in hand is going to have to fall back. Gadget destroyed. That's unfortunate for the chamber right there, but he can just, reposition and play from elsewhere. That's what he's looking to do right now. Minute 15 on the clock as a very, very slow round, comparatively speaking, has come out for the time being between these two teams. Just waiting to see which side cracks, whose patient gives that first.
Patience is the key to virtue, and turns out is favoring at the hands of Reckoning Esports. Deadly once again. He gets to succeed taking out MW1, and even more so, Lockdown is placed, interestingly enough, at the hands of VLT, hoping for a distraction, and maybe that distraction might work out well. Rolling Thunder's being used. Oh boy, that's a good fake coming in from Velocity. They've made the succession of that distraction, and Pixels knows what's happening. He gets to take out Amaterasu and right to Ace. He doesn't get the trade. This is more concerning, even more so the op plays from Bad Love. He knows what's happening. He knows that it will be on a execute, but he won't win that gunfight nonetheless because Helaf is here. Deadly's here too. He has to fall back. Post plant it is, and now this time Velocity, they don't have much manpower. 3 to 4 RGE as they have a lot of things under control, but the only problem is they don't have necessary utilities to succeed in this post plant. How can they do it? They have to go guns blazing, and that will be even more problematic because Velocity, they have things under control. They just have to wait to win these 1v1 challenging duels in which Rio will get one. So does Pixels. It's all at the hands of Right to Ace. He has to clutch this 1v3 or else he'll lose this huge advantage at the hands of RGE, and Hearts will get it clearly. Oh, 7-3, and Reckoning Esports, they are back with yet another post-plant win.
Another post-plant win, but most importantly, Baba, did you catch the way that they had to play to win the round?
Yeah.
A retake, once again, from Reckoning. VLT, for whatever reason have you, are just completely losing the plot when it comes to holding the site in the post-plant. They get the spike on the floor, but even in the last round, we saw, right, Reckoning did not have much utility, right, to go in. All they had was what bit remained from the Neon and their breach, and they used that. They found an opening, or at least they seem to have created one. Badler went in the middle of the site, distracted and flashed and dazed as he was, but that must have served as a distraction because from elsewhere, the other defenders just came around, and took the round once again, snatched it away from the attackers, snatched it away from VLT. And once again, it's a 7-3 lead. This time in Reckoning's palm, they have a 4-round lead right now, and that is a huge lead. They've got all the momentum possible. They're winning their gunfights. They are confident, and they are clearly feeling themselves. How do you, that is to say, VLT, respond to Reckoning when they are this on form?
Yeah, VLT had to waste both their ultimates, both Cosmic Divide and also on Lockdown. They wanted to give Reckoning Esports that, hey, we're right here, we're on the B side, we're executing, come here right now. And although that trick almost worked out, they thought it was on B execute, but Pixels was still there. He was still holding out from A3. And once they got the opening, they realized, no, wait, it's on the A side. It was just a bait all along. And once you know it was a post-plan situation, you could get to see that VLT was currently playing for picks. The spike was already dropped at the attacker's spawn side at the early round to see whether if they can get an opening pick. They wanted to take out Bad Love, they wanted to take out Harsh, even more so they wanted to take out Deadly so that they can pave the road to find a way for Velocity Gaming to not only succeed on post plan, but also ensure that there is not a lot of chance for Reckoning Esports to come back. And somehow they got to come back.
And well, would you look at that, folks? We are once again in a technical pause once again because of a disconnect this time. I believe it is
From
who said it? It's Reckoning's End this time, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So once again, a little unfortunate that a pause has to be called like this, but looks like once again it's gonna be a long one. And again, we know you hate it. We hate it as well here at the production and caster's desk, but there's not much we can do for this. So we'll be right back after a hopefully short break, folks. Don't go anywhere.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Challenger Series here with the host Blackjack and Baba Gusta, going for the short intro this time as we are about to restart the match. Again, had a bit of a long pause as it were, but there you go. The timer is now ticking down to 0 in the buy phase, and that means the round is about to start. Round number 11 in a 7-3 lead for Reckoning Esports, who are looking very strong right now. But that long pause will have taken away some of that momentum, so they will have to build it back as VLT once again fishing for something that will allow them to get back in the running for map number 2.
Yep, we're not wasting any time at all on BLT. They're on the prowl. Already with the attack, which will happen towards the ace side. Aggressive push towards mid, which means that BLT have sorely made that decision to get control on B as best as possible. Right to ace is here. The Sentinel. Take out Harsh. He just needs to take care of taking out Ryu out of the equation, and NW1 will do that with the Spectre, that is, of course. And now, even with a lot of players being down and out at the hands of Reckoning Esports, this is post-plan situation. Can we get to see Reckoning Esports commit to this win? Not quite sure. Helef and Deathmaker are here to deny it, and even more so, they get one more kill at the hands of Deathmaker. This is a thrifty round at the hands of Team Velocity Gaming, which will end it off on a 7-4. Last round before the roll swap, and again, folks, we do have to apologize for the inconvenience. We know we had a lot of technical timeout being made from both the sides, from Reckoning's end, even on VLT. But I assure you folks, we won't have any more delays, which means that the action will resume without having any problems whatsoever.
Absolutely, and the action is going to be in play last round before the half, and now we have, as you can see, 4 ults absolutely ready from the side of the defense right now, but no, Deathmaker playing it patiently, finds Deadly nonetheless. Amaterasu gets Bad Love, but Pixels opening up the sky will get Deathmaker. The trade is there, and Right to Ace is about to go down, yes, but MW1 is still there to find Pixels, as the man advantage is kept for VLT. Post pause, they are coming back strong, as now it's a post plant in the A bomb site. You have the breeze going towards mid, and you also have, of course, the fade going towards a long right now. Rio has got to be careful about the gunfights that they take. They turn around and they get one. That's MW1 on the floor. First drop right there in this post-plant retake. That will be in play. Helef position given away. Here we go. The daze is there, but no! The kill still goes to Helef nonetheless, leaving Hirsch the last one standing. Going into the side, 1v2 post-plant, not much time remaining. Amaterasu is just falling back. Hirsch going for the defuse potentially, but no, the gravity well is there, and the shots are fired. Helef will be the one to get the kill. Attackers take the round. Well, I mean, it was the last round before the half, so it doesn't matter that both of them died to the bomb being taken out, as it were. But still, the round goes to VLT. They've got 2 rounds back-to-back now, and now in a 5-7, they're on the defense. So they've got a good chance of equalizing. They just need 2 more rounds.
Yep, Reckoning Esports, they've won so many post-plant situations, and now they'll be the one to be on attack. Let's just see whether if they can successfully execute the sides on towards A or on B, more or less. But on 7-5, ending it on the first half, Velocity still has a chance to come back. They've won 5 attack rounds, which means there is still hopes and dreams for Velocity Gaming to come back and secure map number 2, which is on Ascent. And if they do, we might see map number 3 being in play, and that map will be Icebox. Icebox will be the decider map in which Velocity Gaming can have a chance to come back. And if you talk about the head-to-head wins on most of the BO3 matches that we've had, the only match that Reckoning Esports had won against Velocity Gaming was at the TEC Gauntlet way back in 2021. So that was the only best of 3 where Reckoning had won a 2-0 against Velocity Gaming. But the rest of it, the rest of the tournaments that we did get to see from VLT, they've won all of it. All of them. 6 matches in total, I'm guessing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 of them. 6 of the best of 3 matches. If you compare it in a head-to-head, VLT has won all of them, except 1. And that was back in 2021, Zach. So this is 2022. Reckoning Esports wants to change it, and they want to change it back.
I mean, absolutely. Look at the way that Reckoning has played across the 2 maps so far. However, again, like we mentioned before, it's a 7-5, and VLT could equalize. If they do, then they will establish momentum, and they will be taking rounds away from the current defenders, that is, of the current attackers, excuse me, that is Reckoning Esports. But here we go. Hirsch ready with the concussions. They're going to go out, and here we go. Helef is going to get the first one as well. Gets 2 on top of that with the frag grenade going off in the garden area. Deathmaker finds 1, only to go down to Hirsch nonetheless. It's a 2v4 now. All down to these final 2. The Fade and the Chamber. Bad Love, the Chamber, that is, approaching the Astral Sphere right now. The Smoke Orb, that is. But no, just goes into the corner outside of the A site, holding patiently. There's not much that he can do right now. He sets up an anchor here, potentially for a peek. He did see the jump, goes for the push in, and teleports out instantly, all the way back, and recalls his anchors as well, because the Fade has recovered the spike and has gone towards B.
Yeah, currently Badler was there to see the information on the A site.
There.
Now you still need to be careful of the necessary utilities which has been placed on the hands of Killjoy. The traps are present, even the alarm bot
30
is
seconds
there.
left.
And this will be concerning from Reckoning Esports. They have all the necessary utilities to hold their ground, and Right to Ace knows this. All he needs to do is just secure the well from Bad Love, in which he's just progressing so aggressive. get one, doesn't get the last, whips out the classic, but it's too late. MW1 gets the trade-off nonetheless. Post-plant, 1v3. Can Rio clutch this?
1v3 for Rio. They've gotten quite a few kills in this round so far, in this map, between both maps so far as well. Get one. Here we go. Utilities out. They need to get a second though. One's by the boxes, one's just above, and Helif will not miss the shot. Gets the head, gets the defuse, and the round will go to VLT, who are now one round away from equalizing. What seems like a reverse comeback for them might have just started, because mind you, the situations were mirrored in the last map, Haven. It was 3-7 down for Reckoning, and they pushed it to 7-7, even taking the lead to 8-7. VLT are now on the precipice of doing the exact same, and Reckoning, they have to pull themselves back on their feet. If not, we could be going to map 3.
Man, Reckoning, are you sure that this force spy would help you guys a lot? Because they're going all in on this round. For now, they just need to gain some information, and that information will be gained from Fade. Nonetheless, Deadly, sprinting as ever. He needs to find the opening pick, and if he gets to remove Helif out of the equation, that means they would be safe, and it's not going to happen!
Oh, no.
3 kills at the hands of LF as BLT starts to come back, and a flawless win would be at the hands, which means that they've succeeded in equalizing it 7-7. And this force buy that Reckoning Esports have, well, now they have to be forced on an eco round.
What a round for the side of VLT, but more importantly, Helif just playing by the side stairs. All care abandoned, gets 3 kills like that, currently leading the board at 19-9. The Astra absolutely shutting down any aggression from Reckoning. And Reckoning, in the meanwhile, they will be kicking themselves because they lost that round, because they should have taken it. They had control on entry, and as soon as they would have pushed past Market, had they gotten Helif, that was it. But not quite. Hirsch sending out the flash right there, but Deathmaker will just zoom back into the site nice and quickly, and the smoke arc goes off to cover his re-entry. Ooh, beautiful shot by Badlove. That's MW1. Now down, sees Deathmaker, can't get that. You're competing against a Spectre with a one-shot pistol. It's a great pistol, but a pistol nonetheless. So the trade is taken.
Boy, the supports that we've seen from VLT, the smoke to ensure that Deathmaker survives. But now Rio is in a very difficult spot. He might be able to pick out a Matarasu by surprise, but no, he misses the chance. And even more, he's been detected from the alarm bot. Not a lot of problems that VLT needs to take care of. It's just 2 players. Harsh and Deadly, both of them having the sheriffs in hand. They've dealt a major damage, but the main problem is they don't have any upgrades on either of those weapons, which means that they're just left with sheriffs in hand. They could get some upgrades towards A3,
30 seconds left.
but they need to focus on the A side. They have to force themselves on post-plant in order for Reckoning Esports to survive, and VLT knows this. They just have to hold their ground. Amaterasu gets the information, doesn't get the clarification on the kill though, which means that there is still some hopes, but it's been diminished at the hands of LF.
Yep.
LF, man, in the second half, LF was a bit silent in the first half, and now he is on fire right now.
I mean, absolutely so. Helif in these last 2 rounds has been showing up, for lack of a better term. But a timeout has been called this time from the Reckoning side. They need this because they need to talk about what's been going wrong. It's an 8-7 now. Velocity have taken back the lead. They have put themselves up on the leading count, which is not something that Reckoning will like. And this 1-minute timeout that they have is absolutely crucial for them, because they need to bring this back some way, somehow, turn this around, and at least equalize. First they need to equalize, then they need to take the lead, and then take each round as they come, because now they can't play for retakes anymore, right? Their big strength in the first half was playing for retakes, but they can't do that anymore. They have to be the ones aggressing in the site, and as soon as they get control, they have to hold it. They have to use their utilities accordingly. They have the chamber, of course, for making aggressive plays. They have the neon as well. Deadly and Badlove have been doing what they can, but at the same time, the gunfights just haven't been there for them. They've been losing gunfights in the second half a lot more often than they would have liked, and it has led to the current situation. Now the timeout's done, of course, and we're going to be going into the next round. And here we go. Who will take the first few kills here? It's Harsh, Deathmaker on floor.
Yeah, Pixel will find yet another one too, and that too taking out Amaterasu. They've made an attempt to be more of an aggressive approach towards the B side, in towards B lobby, that is. But unfortunately, it just ended up being in their demise. Now, reckoning they've got the opening though, with some major informations being relayed that they know that they're going aggressive from B long. Do they know it? Yes, they do. Rio is here for the support, and Deadly will be there to ensure that none of those trade games should appear right from their hands. And now, knowing that they've removed 2 or 3 players out, 1 from mid and 2 from B long, they're thinking of pushing aggressive. They're thinking of being towards the B side. And this is, of course, a bonus round. So MW1 needs to be ready. Fragment is here. He needs to run away, and he will survive. Oh, but the skin of his teeth. Suppression is present, but the information's been gained, and he will lose to it towards Rio. And it's a post plant. 7 to 8. It is bonus round for him right to ace, so he will attempt for a 1v4. He will get 1, but he needs to find 3 more in this clutch for this to happen.
This is going to be tough right here. A 1v4 clutch. Now 1v3, mind you, thanks to that first kill that we saw just a second ago. Deadly, watching the longer angle on the cross right to ace. Has got to find the proper timings here. Deadly's seen him, and he's seen Deadly. But Harsh is also coming up. But no, Deadly's going to get the kill nonetheless. The utilities didn't even need to come in, as Deadly will just take the kill and march on. It's an equalizer. 8-8 on the scoreboard right now. We've got a couple of ults ready right here. The Fade, of course, and the Breach from the side of the attack. That is Reckoning. And of course, you have the Astral Divide and Jet's Bladestorm ready from Velocity's end as well. So they've got some good bits of utility prepared here. Question is, how far can they push it? Which side will take this round? Because right now, it's a full coin toss on who wins this map.
Yes, it is. And for Reckoning Esports, they did succeed in winning map 1. They had huge advantage in the first half itself on map Ascent. And now, things are starting to get dicey because VLT, they've got things under control by winning their pistol rounds. Even more so, they've won their bonus rounds as well. In a full buy round, that's where they got to lose. They have necessary utilities. They have Cosmic Device. Information's being given from the Fades' end. Rio knows exactly what to do.
Face your fear!
And here it is. The execution is there, even more so.
Take hold.
The patience game that we see from VLT's end. They're just waiting for Reckoning to make their push. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. Here comes the execute. Something needs to happen on this place. And it will be Amaterasu with the first frag. Pixel goes out. Cosmic Divide is here. Right to ace. He needs to patiently wait. He'll get 1. That's a spike drop. That's usual. That is crucial at all. Ooh, 3v4. Reckoning Esports, they need to get their grip back, but this Cosmic Divide is just so influential towards BLT. The Aftershock is present to see whether if they can force out Amaterasu.
30 seconds left.
But it's too late. After all of that chaos, we see Reckoning Esports making a decision to rotate back to the A side.
Oh boy, that is going to cost them a lot of time. They need to be quick. They need to get into A, and they need to get the plant off as soon as possible. Bad Love teleporting away, not winning that gunfight right there, but it's Helef. Oh dear me. Helef does get 1, but gets taken down as well. But here's the Bladestorm Jet. Deathmaker gets the kill. Spike is dropped, and Bad Love can only do so much. Caught in mid. Doesn't even win the gunfight. Defenders win. Time does expire, but the body also drops at the same time. 9-8. Velocity once again taking the lead back.
All it needs for VLT was just place their Cosmic Divides into the site.
That Cosmic Divide, my goodness.
Yeah. Nightfall and even more so from Breach's ultimate Rolling Thunder. Well, that's both of their ultimates gone from Reckoning Esports. And the only 2 ultimates that they have is an Icaron helper from Battle of Deadly. We have the Tour de Force. We even have Deadly with the Zaps. And man, losing those 2, they had to commit to the beast side and they failed to do it because of that Cosmic Divide. Man, that's gotta hurt. That is really gotta hurt for Reckoning. Even more so, the economy. They're back with Sheriffs and Classics and they need to figure out a way to get themselves back on track.
Absolutely. They know where one of the turrets are from the KJ. And they're trying to take it out through the smoke as it were. A couple of blind shots. Not blind per se. They do have the marker right there. But here we go. Amaterasu with the fade, keeping things at bay, and that's been the big problem right here, right? That they've been kept at bay, velocity that is, constantly. They just haven't been able to advance no matter what they do. But once again, a shift in side push has happened. Ooh, Bad Love trying to take a shot right there, not quite being able to. Deathmaker, yep, hugging the corner of the wall, will get that. Bad Love goes down, there goes Rio, 2 bodies on the floor, and then a 3v5 and 35 on the clock. It's looking mighty not winnable, but Dudley gets a kill nonetheless. Gets the turret out, pushing
left.
towards B. There's only right 2 ace in there. Gonna try and take him out, but there we go. MW1 is coming in from the back. So is Deathmaker. This could be big right there. Pixels gets the kill on MW1. Now, here we go. 15 seconds, but no, they both get taken down nonetheless. And it's all down to Hirsch. Doesn't win the gunfight. Triple for Deathmaker. And it's 10-8. Velocity are pulling away slightly now.
Yep, Velocity, they are mounting a comeback. Even though for Formula 4, initial velocity is the one that I usually didn't get my marks on for my exams. But all in all, 8 to 10, Velocity has managed to gain their momentum. 24 kills at the hands of LF, the controller who's just doing he's just doing an amazing job with the utilities as well. The smokes, the cosmic divide, and Deathmaker, man, he has finally woken up. He has finally here to bring down the aggressiveness that RGE was showing on in the first half. And maybe he might be able to do it in this round as well. Deadly. He's just going as aggressive as ever. He gets to take out Deathmaker. That's the opening pick. And now RGE, they have got the momentum. But will they get to succeed in their holdout? Because LF is still alive. He's dancing around the smokes, but he's been flashed and dazed. Even more so, he's been taken down at the hands of Rio. Post plan it is. Now let's see whether if VLT can handle their ground and see whether if they can get the confirmation on the A side.
Spike is on the floor and shots are fired towards Raptor. That is where 2 players are, and there we go. Deadly's just gonna float on in, get one, fall back before Amaterasu can get another. Prowler's out from the fade, but still no dice. He does get one. Pixels goes down. But it's still a 4v2. Turret from the KJ is taken out instantly.
There.
Right Chase now knows that there's one playing right by the spike, as it were. But Hirsch is still holding from below. There's
One
still
enemy
the fact that
remains.
Deadly's here, but it doesn't matter because Rios is going to get both. Nonetheless, from all the way out at the A door, A archway, whatever have you, gets the kill, gets the round. 9-10. This ain't over, not by a long shot, folks. This map is going to go on for a little bit more. But one team has to pull ahead and win eventually. And that is the question, which team will it be? If Reckoning equalizes at 10-10, then my goodness, this game will have just hit another level of intense.
Yes, indeed. And Deadly, man, I love the way how he jumped in, especially with the flash being given around from Breach's end. That was just teamwork at its finest from Reckoning. MW1, he needs to make his impressive play. He needs to hold his ground in towards the mid side. And here comes Deadly. Getting caught out from the alarm aboard doesn't get the effect from the vulnerability, so he will be fine for now. But the amount of presence that they're showing from the mid side clearly gives Velocity thinking that maybe they're executing from the B side. But all in all, it was just a distraction nonetheless, and VLT knows this. They're just playing this patiently. They have to wait for Reckoning Esports to make their play, and a lot of utilities has been expended right from the mid side itself. Now, since Alarmabot has been taken out, which means that you see Harsh still playing around from mid cubby. He either has a chance to go deeper in towards the defender's side spawn, in which he might be able to find that opening that he really requires to have.
Well, Deadly's going to go straight into the side nonetheless with the walls and, of course, the Astral Orb straight here. He doesn't know that Helov is in this area, but neither does Amaterasu know. There we go. On the rafters, gets one. Can he get Helov? Yes, he does as well. Right to Ace does find one in return. Pixels goes down,
30 seconds
but
left.
they're in the site as less than 30 remains. Can't get the kill against MW1, though. Deadly will be shut down. And Rio, trying to get the plant off, can't quite do so, is still going for it. There is Hirsch towards the garden side. Shots are fired. Spike is now on the floor as the defender killjoy lockdown comes in. Bad Love finds MW1, clearing out rafters. That's a big kill as well. Comes around to garden. Can't quite get the other one though. Right to Ace will take the kill. Deathmaker trying to go for the counter defuse right now, but has to fall back as the smoke orbs will be dissipating. There we go. It's all down to this 2v2 now. As the shots are fired, but no! Both attackers go down! Right to Ace and Deathmaker get the kills exactly when required. And VLT continue to hold strong, 11-9. They are now 2 rounds away from a victory. Whereas it is 2 rounds away from an equalizer for Reckoning Esports, RGE. They are so close to losing map 2 after having such a good start. Can they bring this back? A comeback, now more than ever, is necessary.
A sacrifice from Bad Love to remove the lockdown. He gave the chance for Reckoning Esports to succeed in this execute, but in the end it was Velocity who survived, who will get their win on defense. And now Reckoning Esports, they're looking at a spot of a border. Wait, what?
Okay.
Through
then.
the smoke, Pixels. All right, MW1, he's still here with the Spectre. Gets to take out Deadly, but it's not more than enough. The trade will come back at the hands of Pixels. And it's a 4v3. Velocity, they're looking in a spot of a bother once again. And now Reckoning Esports wants to play the mind games. And in this mind games, we see all 4 players just hunker down towards the A tree. They want to get this push pad. And if Helef gets the opening, if Helef finds the pre-fire that he wanted to do, and unfortunately he won't be able to find one. At a minute left for Team Velocity to succeed this post plant. It's 9-11. One more to put themselves on match point, and Deathmaker, he loses this at the hands of Rio. This is concerning. 4v2, and now Reckoning. How can they win this?
This is a tough spot in D2v4. Amaterasu on mid, trying to contest, but again, the gunfight's just not going their way. Reckoning is not giving them a singular opening to even take the gunfight. That is the problem right now. And this is the thing about Reckoning, when they have the advantage like this, right? They're not going to give you these openings, and they know this. Helef and Amaterasu decide to fall back instead, save their guns for the next round because they will need them. As the round itself will count away, the spike will explode, and the round count will go 10-11. 1 round remains as a differential. 1 round to map point for Velocity. 1 round to equalize for Reckoning.
No, I believe I think it's time for the fans who are cheering out for Velocity to spam Feel the Velocity right now, folks, because they need it. Same thing can be said for Team Reckoning Esports, because they are a force to be reckoned with.
Aha, I see what you did there.
Even more so, folks, still it's time out at the hands of VLT. Until then, folks, don't forget to get your free tickets for the TEC Arena. Check the link in the description below. Check your pinned comments. We cannot wait to see you guys in 12th, 13th, and 14th August. Those 3 days will be an exciting day for the gaming industry, as well as the fans out there who loves to watch Valorant. Cosplay events, there's still everything. It's just, you'll have a lot of fun and excitement in Bengaluru, so I cannot wait for you guys to meet you there.
Absolutely. That arena event in Bangalore is going to be an absolute blast. And mind you, this Challenger Series is going to lead into its own LAN at the arena as well. So you'll be able to watch your favorite players play in a LAN setting. Nonetheless, the best setting to play competitive gaming on. And boy, howdy, I cannot wait to watch the players, the teams who get to qualify for the arena LAN. But right now, going back into the match. Here we go. Right to Ace. Dazed. Utilities are being sent out all towards the B entry. Deadly's going to run right into market right there. And oh dear me. Something seems to have gone a little wrong right there. What happened? I'm not entirely sure. We had to quickly zoom back to us, of course. But yeah, that happened. Really unfortunate, folks. We'll get back to you with what was the problem in just a minute, as soon as we get to figure out what's going on for us as well, right? Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. We'll just have to wait and see. But my goodness, that round, again, the starting of it looked like it was going to be an epic one, right? You had to push straight into market from Deadly, and the neon going in with the walls and everything. But hey, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Until then, we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be right back. I know, it's annoying, but we'll be right back. We apologize for this again. Stay tuned.
From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
You wanna go back to a place where we
legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Challenge. I should say, the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series. Almost forgot the sponsor call out. Don't eat me alive, people. Powered by Crucial and, of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back, but not entirely, for the next match that is not the next match, the current match, that is Velocity Gaming versus Reckoning Esports. If you're wondering why we're here and why we're not into the round already, well, we've still got a few things to set up correctly, but it's nearly done. We're almost there. I know you've been waiting for a long, long time. So what had happened was, right, basically, the lobby timer kind of ran out. Basically, there's a fixed amount of time that a custom lobby can be set for. And because of the two very long pauses that we already had, it kind of ran out before the match could be completed. And like the score is 11-10. We had like at best 4 more rounds to go, 4 or 5 more rounds to go, something like that. Mm-hmm. And the game was like, you know what? No, I need a break. Give me a break. I'm taking it right now. And yeah, here we are. 11-10 is the score, as we just mentioned. VLT is currently in the lead, Reckoning 1 round away from equalizing. And as soon as we get back into the game, we'll see how it proceeds, everything that is to say from there.
Yep, for Reckoning Esports, they've already won map number 1, which means that in map number 2, if they have to succeed, they need to ensure that they win a total of 3 attack rounds in total in the second half. But for Team Velocity Gaming, they did claw their way back in the second half. Amazing defensive hold from Deathmaker, even more so at the hands of Helef at that too. But now, since we all are still waiting for the match to happen, folks, and again, we do have to apologize for the delay. It's been a lot of timeouts. It's the server disconnect. We couldn't do anything much more about it from our end. But here we are. We're just trying to get all the finishing touches done and dusted. We need to see how much creds were present in RGE's end, how much creds were present from VLT's. And when we get that right information, we'll be able to proceed to the next round. 10-11. Reckoning Esports have won map number 1. And if they win this, they will secure their win up against Team Velocity Gaming, which means that they'll put themselves on top of the leaderboards in the group stages. Which means that Velocity, they've also won one match. Reckoning Esports, they've also won 1. And now it's just a fight to see whether who's the best in the group stages itself. Reckoning Esports have done an amazing job on map number 1, which means on map number 2, chaos will start to spew around for a brief amount of seconds. But now you're just still stuck with us, folks.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are, as it were. But hey, for the time being, we're just waiting to see when we can get back into the lobby. We'll be, again, those creds and whatnot, they are important things to be properly put in place, as it were. There's a lot that goes into remaking and rehosting a lobby as things stand. And again, not much we could have done about that. So again, sincere apologies. But hey, for the time being, as we wait for the match to come back, what you guys could do. Go over to the description, go over to the socials of the Esports Club, and grab yourselves a couple of free tickets to the TEC Arena. That'll be happening between August 12th to 14th. And you know why that's important? Because it's going to be one of the biggest LAN events in the recent few years, especially for the Esports Club. We have, of course, the TEC Challenger Series Valorant Finale. We have fan meet and greets. We have cosplay competitions, community tournaments, all of which are being announced, so on and so forth. The personalities and the content creators that you can meet at this event, all of that the community tournaments, the cosplay competition entrance, all of that will be announced on the Esports Club socials. So head over to social media, Twitter, Instagram, so on and so forth, or scan the QR code or the link down in the description below. Head over to that and click on it and get yourselves a couple of tickets here to go to the Esports Club Arena. We hope to see you there because it is going to be a blast. But in the meanwhile, folks, we're going to be going straight back into the match because now is not the time to wait. Not anymore. Everything has been set back in proper position. Everything is now currently as it should be. So we're going to be going back into the match after such a long wait. It's back. 11-10 and 10 seconds remain until we go into the 22nd round.
Yep, the wait is finally over. And now, without having no more issues, we will proceed the way how Reckonings proceeded in the previous matchup before that happens. Instant control on the A side, and Reckoning Esports doing what they do best will have a control, but let's see how well will they hold it out in the post-plant.
Lots of damage right there for Battle of taken as the underpass has been taken control of right below the rafters, that is. And in the meanwhile, we have the retake coming in from the side of Velocity. They've seen Reckoning do this time and time again, so they will definitely have some pointers to use here. Flashes out, but no, the shots are missed. Deadly can't quite get those 2 kills on the top rafters right now. Hirsch has another one of those flashes remaining. The mollies are keeping the defenders away from the spike. Time is running out. They have to get in there, and here we go. Hirsch is going to get the first kill. MW1 is on the floor. Hirsch gets another. Pixels gets one. Amaterasu gets a trade, but that's the only one that the defenders get. It's an 11-11 with the final 2 coming in from Deadly and Pixels. And with that, the equalizer is in. It is 11-11. Both teams are now on equal footing as we are once again in an equalizer situation.
Yes, we are, Jack. And boy, oh boy, is it a long one. Talk about Reckonings. Pixel has the orbital strike. Deadly also has his ultimate prepped and ready. So I'm guessing they will do the exact same thing. MW1 using the suppression knife, but it's not enough. Deadly's faster. Even more so, the gravity well was supposed to give the kill towards LF's end. He will survive nonetheless. Cosmic Divide is here, so does the orbital strike. LF needs to run away, but it's too late. Oh, too late. What a counter from Pixels. It's still a 3v3 equalizer. VLT still has things under control, and with that Cosmic Divide being used, Reckoning Esports might have to make a decision to fall back.
And they might just do that. They're just hanging around the A lobby right now. Not really sure of where to go. Watching the flanks, of course, to make sure nobody gets the jump on them from behind. But they're kind of deciding which side to go. It's 11-11, folks. A decision has to be made. Whoever wins this round goes into map point. Amaterasu will be stunned in the underpass right there as Hirsch will get Deathmaker. In the meanwhile, the plant has to go down. There goes Amaterasu. Pixels is going for the plant, but there's a player coming in from the back, all the way from the A door side. Not A door, excuse me, all the way from the rafter side. It's right to Ace. Coming in from the top. 1v3. That's all that he has to do, but 3 full health players remain. Here comes the stun, but Bad Love will get the kill. Right to Ace, goes down, and so does the lead that VLT had not too long ago. It is now match point, more importantly, series point as well, because it is Reckoning Esports. They're already 1-0 up on the map count. They win this, there is no chance of VLT to go into map 3 and mount a comeback. The match will be over. Reckoning knows this. VLT knows this. This map has boiled down to this round. And if VLT wins this, we have overtime remaining. However, things are going to be very much for the taking for both teams. Here we go. The push is in, but Deadly goes down. Oh, dear me. That's a big drop early.
Yeah, a very early round, and LF with the Spectre of that too. What just happened? An entire clean out at Velocity's end. Oh boy, we all know what's gonna happen here, folks. So Jack, unleash the beast.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. Round 25. And my goodness, that clean out on the A archway was something else from the side of the VLT defense right there. Reckoning tried the same push for the third round in a row, but it was completely unsuccessful. Read into and torn apart by Velocity Gaming. Reckoning Esports now have to contend with the fact that they let it go to overtime, and they'll be blaming themselves for it. Now on the defense, Reckoning, the ball is in their court.
Oh boy, VLT, they just came back. Now all they have to do is just win 2 more rounds and secure map number 2, but it's not an easy task. They're just taking it nice and slow. Deadly. He's already into his A3. He has a lot of support from the Brimstone, but the execute needs to happen. And Deadly gets to take out Deathmakers. Pixel is still right there. He's throwing a lot of support, but that timing is what Reckoning Esports will gain the advantage. Bad Love and Deadly. Great job at holding out the side from the A. But now, with the post plant being in play, this is what Reckoning wants. It's a 4v2. And Helaf and Amaterasu, they're the only 2 players left to make this clutch happen. It's difficult. Amaterasu, they're not making a decision to plant the spike. They want to remove players out of the equation. And Amaterasu, he has a spike in hand and he loses this gunfight, in which he does. It'll be in the hands of Deadly. It will sting at the hands of Reckoning Esports. Oh boy, a quad kill from Deadly, which means they're on overtime match point. 13-12. Velocity Gaming, they're now at the deficit.
Oh my goodness, that round from Velocity, that round that we just saw from the attack of Reckoning. Wow, that was a round and a half that they just played. They played out of their minds to get that. And they will need to do that for one more round. 13-12, it's OT match point right here. As Deathmaker holds on just inside of the A archway, waiting for one of these players. As here we go, utilities are being used. The spike, the stuns, the concussions, the walls, it's all in here. Deadly wants to go in, and he's gonna do exactly that. But he's shooting, doesn't know where Deathmaker is. Ace! Deathmaker in the corner, right by the A archway, undetected. Insane plays right there. 13-13, what a way to push it to now another overtime round. What was that? Reckoning! They let him get away with it. Nobody checked the corner.
I am so sorry for that, folks, but I had to do it. What was that ace? Deathmaker, this man's insane! VLT, they just got their round back. Oh my goodness. That was such a close round of that too, Reckoning Esports. Oh, they're just being too aggressive. They just kept pushing. They want to push their limits. They want to just see whether if they can pressure out Velocity Gaming, but they're just being so patient. They're being so patient. In this overtime itself, you will never know what's going to happen next. The execute will happen from the B side, and now VLT, they've got the confidence, they've got the utilities. Now all they have to do is just remove players out of the equation and succeed this round to put themselves on OT match point. Lot of tensions, a lot of pressures, and Rio is just making it even much more problematic. LF is here. He's ensuring the control, but Rio is still present. Not anymore. LF is here. Bad Love. He's the only man that can change the round, but this Cosmic Divide will have even much more tension towards the AWP player. 2v2. Oh boy, I am shaking right now. Right to Ace, he gets it. He gets to take out Bad Love. 1v2. Pixels has to clutch. We've seen him be in this terrific situation. The controller, he's made a lot of clutch situations. Can he do this once more? There's a chance. There's a chance. Right to Ace. No information being given, and it will be right to Ace to win it. 13-4. It's all or nothing. VLT, if they win this, we are going to the Deciders Icebox. It is all or nothing for Reckoning Esports to claim map number 2 if they want to put themselves back on the equalizer. Oh man. This is something, man. This is something else, Jack.
I have to fully agree with you there, Baba. This entire game has boiled down once again to an OT match point situation, this time in favor of Velocity. Reckoning cannot afford to lose this as they are the ones on the attack. Here we go, it's a full push coming in from Deadly. Rest of the team, Amaterasu is trying to hold as well as he can as Battle goes down, but Emblem is down as well. Amaterasu is on the floor, Pixels gets that kill, and they're pushing in towards the B site, but they have Right to Ace to deal with. Alarm Robot is triggered, and we have Right to Ace just waiting in the site. This could be big. He gets one. Can he get one more? No, Harsh shuts him down very quickly indeed. The spike will now be planted. It's a 2v3, and now it's a 2v2. Deathmaker doesn't miss those. Clutch player once again. We have these two pushing in right now. Deathmaker goes down though. It's all down to Hell of the last one standing as the smoke orbs will go out. Is that a gravity well? I'm not entirely sure what Hell of pushed in. It was a smoke orb indeed towards the cover spot. Rio can't go for the plant because the push from Helov can happen any second now. He's trying to bait, but Helov is playing the smart, waiting for any sound that's longer than a couple seconds. That will mean the spike is actually being planted. But wait, they're going for the kill. This could be the worst decision that they made here if they go for this. So they're going to fall back. Rio is going behind the box. It's the safest place to plant right now. There we go. It's been heard. Helov wants to push. As Hirsch is by near the box, Spike is on the floor. 1v2 in the post plant. All Helif has to do is find these two players, sees the utility being thrown. He wants to push this, but knows that Hirsch has to be watching from any given angle. He's going to push out, and he's going to go down! Attackers win, it's 14-14, and the match rages on!
Switching sides. Overtime.
We are not out of it just yet, folks. 14-14, everything's been reset. It's the battle of the ages. Man, again, whew. Oh, the tension, I can feel it. 14-14, everything's reset, and VLT. What will be their decision now? Will they go in for a quick take on the site, or will they just play this calmly, see if they can get an opening pick or not? I think they'll do exactly that. Bad luck. Ooh, great shot. MW1, he has finally done it. But the push needs to happen. VLT, desperate attempts to be on the side. And it's Deathmaker's turn, who needs to put this match back on track. He's the only one that can bring VLT back on the deciders. Now, Reckoning Esports, they're just playing it patiently. They know that all that they have to do is just win on post plant. But since they've lost the control on the site, with Deathmaker still being dangerous and even more so. Oh boy, post plant is in. It's a 3v4. Anything can happen. Reckoning Esports, they're losing their grasp. And just Deadly, he's just still alive. He could make the plays. All they have to do is just remove Deathmaker, and that would be it for Reckoning Esports to secure it.
Not just Deathmaker, mind you, Right to Ace has come very close and has performed a couple of clutches as well. You have Helif on the back right there. That could be huge. Right to Ace goes down. That's Bad Love taking the first kill, and a much needed one at that. He gets another. It's triple, but Pixels goes down on the other side. As you have the big gun that's come out right now. Amaterasu watching the back, but no, it's Amaterasu from inside with a triple. Sitting inside of the site, gets the final two, and once again, it's OT match point. VLT are not giving up, neither are Reckoning, but losing the man count advantage. They lost the site, and the retake became nearly impossible. They will be kicking themselves because of this, because they are now not in a good way. Once again, 15-14, one round for VLT to push us to map 3, but one round for Reckoning to reset overtime once again. My goodness, this match is... We did say it was going to be a barn burner, folks, and it is a barn burner and a half.
Yes, it is, Jack. And now all Velocity Gaming have to do is just win their defensive round. Deathmaker, he's at the same spot that he made his ace. And now Reckoning Esports, they have got to be patient. They have got to understand the way how Velocity is playing. They're playing for picks currently. We see how the players from Reckoning Esports have been spread out. Now all it needs is just information. If they can just get that first peek from the defenders, that's all it needs. And there you go. MW1's position has been compromised, which means now they have some idea some idea for the execute, but it's been on an entire lockdown. And look at this positioning from Velocity. They're just cornering them, and that corner will give Hell up the pick. That's exactly what he needs. Deadly's gone, and now it's more problematic from Reckoning.
Oh, very problematic indeed. Right to Ace gets Rio as well. Pixel's gone down, and it's all not quite collapsing, but very close to it. It's a 1v3 now as Deathmaker finds Bad
30
Love.
seconds left.
It's all down to Hirsch. The last hope here for this team, for Reckoning Esports' attack. He's going to push into the smoke orb, and he walks into the cross. MW1 will shut him down. And that 16-14 is going to be the round count that ends map number 2, an extremely long second map. But this game is far from over. With that second map going the way of VLT, their map pick, but boy, did they have to fight for it. We will be going to map 3 Icebox, folks. Man, my throat is going to need a rest after this match is done, but I tell you what, I am happy to be here to be casting this game. Reckoning and VLT, Velocity, I mean, hats off to all the players already, man. We haven't even finished the game yet, but hats off. They are giving us some of the best Valorant I have seen in a while.
Oh man, I gotta control myself too. Deathmaker Ace, Jesus. I screamed at the top of my voice.
Yeah,
And again,
yeah.
apologies, folks. Apologies. I got so excited. I mean, the Ace, man, especially on an overtime like that. Let's take a look at the highlights itself. A lot of technical rehos that was made from VLT and also from Reckoning Esports. But boy, oh boy, did Velocity Gaming came back with a bang. Second half, and the show's it's not over yet. We still have the deciders. Icebox will be the final map to determine who will claim victory towards this matchup. Will it be Velocity? Will it be Reckoning? I have no idea.
I mean, I swear, that third map on Icebox. We have a lot to talk about it, folks. Don't worry, but let's just focus on the highlights right now. And there's a lot of highlights to go over. Let's be real here. But that, that little bit notwithstanding, it's just so amazing to me, the kind of plays we got to see. And I particularly really loved the way the Astral Divide was used in whichever instance it was used in the map. It was so influential. I mean, it's influential in and of itself, right? It's a full divide wall that shuts off sound and any intel that you could gather other than if someone's already on the other side of the Astral Divide. So it's already very influential, right? But at the same time, it's also the way it was used was so good. This round in particular, right? Round 17, Right to Ace could play in that corner so comfortably because of that Astral Divide. My goodness, everything that we have seen from these two teams, just... I am nearly out of words for what we have witnessed today, but I mean, I'm going to have to find more words, obviously, right? There is another whole map left to be cast. My goodness, just thinking about it is making my head reel slightly. But we are here for the long run for a reason, folks. And that reason being this match of Reckoning versus VLT. And, I mean, before the match started, right, I was talking to a couple of my friends, and let's just say opinions were not divided on who would win. I'm not going to say who they said would win, right? But, hey, I'm not going to throw my friends under the bus after all. But let's just say that, opinions on Reckoning were not exactly, the brightest, as it were. But VLT today, somewhere in those mid rounds, they've had issues, shall we say, in their play. Their coordination has looked a little off. Maybe their overall, gunfight winning skills. Something's been off for them in the mid of these maps, right? In the middle rounds, as it were. And they haven't been all quite there, so to speak. But whenever they have been, my goodness, it is a treat to watch them play. But Reckoning has been at it. They've been at, VLT's heels time and time again. And it is so amazing to watch these two teams just go at it like this, And I'm excited, let's just say, for map number 3. Icebox, bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on, Velocity Gaming. Oh boy. Man, that gave me goosebumps. That really did. And it's not over yet, Jack. We still have a decider map to go, which means Icebox will be the map, will be the deciders, will be the final map to determine whether if Velocity Gaming can succeed up against Reckoning Esports. Oh, man. I mean, whatever we did talked about, we've already talked about it, folks. It's not a lot, but we could talk about the biggest LAN event which will happen in Bangalore, folks. Check the link in the description below. Check your pinned comments. 12th, 13th, and 14th August. We can't wait to see you guys right in there.
Oh, absolutely. The LAN arena for the Esports Club will be absolutely amazing. And, it's got a lot of things going for it as well. It's got, of course, the finale to this tournament, the Challenger Series, seeing the top four teams playing in a LAN setting at that. Absolutely wonderful. Of course, you've got meet and greets with their favorite creators and influencers and so on and so forth. You've got cosplay competitions. You've got community tournaments that will be running all of those days, 12th, 13th, and 14th August. Scan the QR code or go to the link down in the description below or at our socials at the Esports Club. But with all that being said, folks, map number 3, Icebox, will be in play. And the statistics for Icebox are very, very interesting between these two teams. Probably the most divisive statistics as well. But we'll talk about that and about the map after a very short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Baba?
Again, I just realized I kept myself on mute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Crucial and our broadcast partner Loco here. Again, we are on the deciders, folks. VLT, they've succeeded on map number 2 with a powerful win from Deathmaker. And now we are here on the deciders. It will be the finale, Icebox. And boy, oh boy, will it be a tough competition for Reckoning Esports. They've won map number 1. And on Ascent, something happened. And it was Team Velocity who just came back.
I mean, it was more than just a comeback, mind you. It went from 7-3 up for Reckoning to 7-7 equalizer, 8-7 in fact to the side of VLT, and then it was a back and forth trade all the way until 16-14. I believe that was the final score for the map. Would you believe it, folks? Absolutely insane plays right there from both teams. And VLT ultimately won it out. I mean, the play that Baba mentioned, right? Deathmaker's insane ace. I nearly lost my voice going absolutely ballistic over that one. Even Baba couldn't control himself. I mean, understandably so, you know? That was a play and a half that we just saw from that player. They'll be back. Of course, everyone from both teams will be back and are back, in fact, for map number 3. It's the decider, Icebox. And we've been talking about Icebox for a little bit. We've been talking about how this map is quite interesting for both of these teams because, Reckoning, they've come here, I think, roughly about 22 times that are recorded for, right? And they've got like a pretty decent win rate here, close to 50%, I think. I'm not entirely certain. But we have VLT, who's come here 60 plus times and have a near 70% win rate. So VLT clearly has a lot more experience and a lot more victories on this map than Reckoning does. But then again, if you look at the statistics for Haven for both of them, then it's also something kind of similar. There's a difference, a big difference for them on Haven as well. But the ones who won Haven were Reckoning, and it wasn't even overtime. So VLT on their map were taken to OT by Reckoning, and now here, Reckoning could once again make a stand. They could show us that, hey, we might not have played this map all too much, but against VLT, we've come with our homework done. But with all that being said, we're going to be going into the round in just a second. I know I'm talking for a while now. You're probably getting bored of my voice. So here's the agent selection as Baba. We've got... Okay, I think this agent selection is something we really expect for Icebox, isn't it?
Yeah, it is expected, right? Double Sentinels from Sage and Killjoy, and you have Chamber, double Sentinels, double Sentinel combo from the side of Team Velocity Gaming. It's as usual as you'd expect on a map like Icebox because you need to ensure that a lot of lines of sight has been blocked. And Icebox is particularly known for long-range gunfights. And with the Viper being the most essential controller in this map, it clearly shows the entire dominance of this particular matchup itself. But all in all, it's all or nothing. It's the deciders. VLT, they just came back on map number 2. They've unlocked deciders. And now it is on Reckoning Esports. They have just... Velocity, they just landed a huge blow. Can they come back on map number 3? The excitement is in, so does the curiosity. And oh boy, I can just feel the velocity, Jack. I can feel it.
I see what you did there. But all things considered, there's definitely a lot of velocity to be felt. There's also a lot of pressure to be felt as well as the map of Reckoning. I don't say that in Reckoning Esports' team name. No, the phrase Day of Reckoning, so map of Reckoning. I'm just kind of trying to do some wordplay here. I'm trying to be smart, too smart for my own good. But anyhow, the map of Icebox is about to start. The bye phase is about to come to an end. Round 1 is in. Of course, it's the pistol round, as is normal, to start things off here and now. But the question is, who takes the first gunfights? Who wins the first ones as well? Of course, the Chamber on the VLT side is definitely going to be an interesting one, as the Chamber's pistol that he gets off of his ability is basically like a sheriff in and of itself. The attacker's pushing into the A site right now. Everyone taking it slow but surely. Here come the Viper walls. Here comes the utilities. It's all being thrown in. And the shots are about to be fired in just a second here. Deathmaker and Health actually get a couple. And a couple of big ones at that. Rio falls to Deathmaker as the Swarm Grenade goes out. Pistol shots. Badlove gets the first kill. The first attacker has just fallen in the post plant.
Yeah, Velocity Gaming taking things one by one, succeeding post plant. Now they're playing for lineups. MW1, great shot with the classics, and another to take out Pixels. The third, it's all down to Deadly. 1v2, he needs to deal with Deathmaker and also the lineups which is present from right to ace. So it's really a done deal. There you go, headshot from the Headhunter, and it will be Deathmaker who gets the finishing touch.
Well played right there from Velocity. Good positions, good cross angles being held right there. And of course, everyone covering for each other in the post plant, never letting the body count or the momentum of the round swing too far away or even close to away from themselves. Good attack from them to start things off. Reckoning, they had a decent hold right there for just a second. However, another pause has been called this time. I think it is... it's from one of the teams for sure, and I think it's just about for a minute. So don't worry, we're not going to be here for too long, as we're just waiting on the ready from both. It's a technical timeout from Reckoning. There we go. And in the meanwhile, of course, round two, as is normal, it's the Spectres from the side that won the first round, and the Pistols from the side that lost. They will have to try and play around and get a bit more economy going into round three.
Yep, they have to. And now we're just waiting for the timeout coming into an end from Reckoning Esports. Apparently, Harsh has a mic issue that will be fixed nonetheless in a minute or two. But when you know that there's silence in the map itself, there's a timeout, there's nothing you should do, you just have to wait. It also gives time for VLT as well as Reckoning to just think about what to do next. Now, the amount of breathtaking plays that we've seen from Deathmaker, Reckoning Esports will, I think Reckoning Esports will be more attentive towards Velocity's end, right? Because man, they just kept going and going, and even with a lot of issues that we've had from both Velocity and Reckoning Esports, and yes, we had a lot of time that we needed to wait it out because it's not in our control, right? It's definitely not in our control. So I'm glad that second match did come to an end, but I did not expect it to be this explosive in the overtime match point itself. VLT has secured map number 2, and now on deciders, the timer has turned off. Hush's issues has been cleared. No more delays, folks. We are proceeding to round number 2.
That we are. Round number 2 is now in, as we have the slowing orbs and the snake bite all thrown in. Here come the Viper's venom walls, as it were, right to ace, pushing up the back. And the Silva, interestingly enough, flashed for just a second here, but not for too long.
Okay.
As
Alright.
Deathmaker. Oh, that's a good one. As he finds pretty much the entirety of the defending team coming around the front of A. Gets taken down. Deadly does find Helif as a return frag, as it were. Amaterasu gonna go for a pop flash in just a second. He's waiting for the call. There we go. Flashes out. And can he get one? No, not quite. All of the defenders are there, but right to ace is here to protect. And Deathmaker from the back as they find everyone, with MW1 taking the final kill. Post plant, no retakes for you, Reckoning Esports. It is Velocity Gaming once again to take the second round.
Yeah, I love the divide and conquer strategy from Reckoning Esports. You saw all 4 of them just rushing in towards a belt. And Deathmaker, he was watching the flank. And truer to his name, he's here to just cause chaos towards Reckoning Esports. Although they are a force to be reckoned with, you still need to be worried about the problems that Deathmaker causes from his sentinel. He's done an amazing job at holding out flanks. He gave so much information on that post plant, and now they're looking confident to end things up on round number 3 as well.
Absolutely. Pixels, the Viper's location given away in just a sec as the suppression knife goes out, but doesn't find Pixels actually just out of range right there. The Viper holding strong. The Venom Wall is deployed, and he's used up his, the smoke orb that the Viper has. There we go. It's going to go off. That's going to block off a line of sight, allow for right to ace. Well, he's also a Viper, but not the Viper who used that one, particularly speaking. But he's still going to just walk through on to the upper pass, the tube that is. And it's a quiet early round so far. 55 seconds remaining. So there's going to be gunfights very, very soon. MW1 is just teetering on the edge of peaking this right now. But not yet. Battlelove also so patient here. But here we go. MW1's going to go for the plant. Everything is here now. And the spike is on the floor.
Commitment is what VLT required, and they will do exactly that. Post plant and RGE, all 5 players are present. Now we've seen this situation before. RGE succeeded in so many post plant situations, but will it be the same on map Icebox? Not quite sure. Well, it is. Bad Luck gets to take out that Maker, the main cause of the threat, and now they just need to focus on the rest of the 4. But Right Race is still here, lurking around the mid place as he's here to remove players one by one. 3 players left, and now they're focusing on taking out the controller. Right to Ace. Can he succeed? Yes, he does. He finds its mark, and so does the op shot from Deadly. Lot of chances, but it's at the point of no return. They have to fall back. MW1, he wants to chase out Deadly, but can he get the shot? Might be. He does. He gets the op control. He needs the op. Get the op. VLT. Oh no, they don't have the op. MW1, yeah, MW1, he doesn't have the op, but look at the. Look at
he
it.
was.
Yeah.
I've been trying
I'm
to.
sorry, I'm just nervous. I'm just mad.
No, I get it. I get it. You know, that run was something else right there. Committing, you know, like you said, commitment to the bit right there from both teams, just waiting, especially from the attack, right? Velocity, just holding on the trigger, not squeezing it down, not letting it rip, holding it down until they absolutely needed it. And what I was actually trying to say was that, you know, MW1 was being fired upon, so that's probably why he didn't have the time to pick up that op. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Hirsch will find Deathmaker. That's a big first drop, but Pixels goes down in return. It's a constant body trade between these 2 teams, and knife to the face. Deadly's gonna get that. Battlelove gets another. Oh, the attackers are looking definitely less likely to win this one. Velocity, that is, as they have lost 3 bodies straight.
Okay.
That's a teammate, Baba. Calm down. Calm down.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyways, 2v4. Resurrection will come back at the hands of MW1. He'll be able to revive the controller right to Ace, which means that they'll have a lot of lines of sight that they can be able to block. Can they see Bad Love? No, he does not. His shots are pristine. Helaf will be going down, which means that they have the confirmation on the execute. Will be on the Ace side, but let's not forget Bad Love also has the lockdown. He could use it to deny the push, but is it more than enough? Ooh, Bad Love! My God, the Sheriff shots gets one more. Now the controller is left with the decision to see whether if he can go in for the A plant. They have the information regarding this issue. Bad Love is especially waiting for Right to Ace, but it will be Harsh with the final frag out. 1-3, and it will be Reckoning Esports who will survive round number 4.
All right, Reckoning with a good play right there. Trying and winning this time around, the round that is, or was, round number 4, so to speak. 3-1 scoreline. Reckoning have finally put themselves on the board. And, you know, I kind of get it. The first 3 rounds, they were playing a little bit lackluster, I would say. And that's probably because they're, or at least they were still reeling from the effects of the second map. I mean, don't get me wrong, even I am to a degree. My voice is barely supporting me right now. I'm hanging on by fumes, folks. But we are going to have to continue on because these teams, even if they might be running on fumes, they are running very, very smoothly indeed. The push is in from the attackers. Deadly nearly got 2, but Amaterasu shuts him down. Mind you, Deathmaker is the one that has gone down, so that's a big, big drop. That's her Jet, the Duelist, gone. You still have your double controllers, of course, and you still have the Sentinel, excuse me. I was meant to say double Sentinel. Harsh finds one. That's MW1. That's one of the Sentinels gone. As the Defender Killjoy is going to set up a lockdown. Spike was on the floor. I was going to make that mistake again, but it's been picked up. Amaterasu will just fall away from the lockdown. Harsh gets a revive off, and that means all 5 players are ready and waiting from the side of the Reckoning defense.
Yeah, this hold from Reckoning will be huge. They'll also get the information on Deadly's whereabouts thanks to the suppression knife that's been thrown around from the KO Amaterasu. He had the spike in hand. This was supposed to be a post plant, and then suddenly you did get to see that denial from Reckoning. This is looking good from their end. Smokes has already been placed from the A side, so since they have the Viper's pet being ready, they will make a commitment towards the side. And Harsh He's still at the same side. He hasn't moved a single inch. And here comes the Viper's pet. Will he see the pre-fire? No, it will be Amaterasu. He gets two more. And right to yes, right to ace. He'll hold his ground. Got the opening. But that, this is huge. He actually gets to take out right to ace, which means that they've opened up a lot of line sight to hold on to. But Helaf is still here. Headshot to take out Pixels. It's 1v2 Rio. He did open up lines of sight. He did to take out the Viper's pet. But is it more than enough for Rio to gain the clutch? Not a lot of utilities in his hand. Neither the information on Helaf's whereabouts. And Helaf will gladly get to take out his arch nemesis. 4-1. And it's Team Velocity who will gain on the ground.
That round was MVP of that round has to be Amaterasu. You know, coming in from the back, absolutely shutting down defenders left, right, and center, and right to ace, of course, getting in the site, getting the Viper's pit set up, and allowing for the plan to go off. Sure, the Viper did go down, right to ace, that is, because of the shots fired from outside the Viper's pit range, but hey, the purpose was served, right? And sure, the Viper's pit is very useful, especially in the post-plant, but it allowed the plan to go down in the first place. And again, Amaterasu with the triple kill. Man, that player is something else. I mean, we talk a lot about MW1, a lot about, you know, Deathmaker when we're talking about VLT. We obviously have a lot of affection, shall we say, for the fraggers, because they're the ones doing the most flashy things, right? They're the ones going in, getting the kills, getting the KD and all that stuff. But you must never underestimate support players in any game, and especially in Valorant players who play Sentinels, who play controllers and initiators. They can be just as equally devastating, if not more so, as the tactical timeout comes to an end. That was a Reckoning Esports TAC timeout, and boy howdy did they need that, as it is now 4-1. They have only taken one round so far.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports. Deadly's the only one who has the op in hand, so whether if Deadly gets the opening or not, it always depends on this round itself. Recon's being used to give information, and I believe that they have whereabouts on Sage and Jets' location. He's making a quick rotate, and he wants to hold on the mid side. He even has Rio with the support too, so everything's looking good. But for VLT, it's always about the information, and currently we see the Viper being on the lurk around, and that's right to ace. The main problem that you need to be careful about is the Hunter's Fury. Harsh, you gotta dash and dodge, bob and weave, and he will do exactly that. Even with the tags being made from the owl drone, it is not enough to get the confirmation on the kill, and with it, they even get to lose a very important utility. But let's not forget, right to ace is still here, watching the flank as he gets to take out Pixels, which means that the line of sight, which was very influential for Reckoning Esports to block, will now be taken care of.
Absolutely. And Reckoning Esports, of course, losing that controller, again, breaking up the lines of sight and causing chaos inside of the site, which will be required, excuse me right there, is not going to be in play, not for much longer. But in the meanwhile, the cross is seen. Deadly trying to get the shot, but is unable to spike. Is going to be on the ground in just a second here. There we go. It's on. And now it's a post-plan, but it's a 4v4 as Deadly does find MW1 after a bit of a struggle as to finding where that Sage even went in the first place. But now, is that a recon bolt? That might just be... Nope, that did not go the way I think that Sage, that the Sova wanted it to. But it's still a post-plant, so the defenders are the ones who have to get back in the site, and they are the ones who have to try and get the counter defuse going. Rio's actually going to go for it, as Helaf gets one, gets traded back instantly by Badlove. But nobody's gone for counter defuse just yet, because Deathmaker's here on the long angle with two! Badlove and Rio go down, and Right2 is coming around the back. Is going to find the Sage. No, not quite. Hirsch gets away in time because the spike's about to blow up. But nope, Right2 gets that anyway. Taking down the enemy Sage before the gun could be saved. As that, of course, adds to the crumbling economy of the defending side. Reckoning Esports. And as you can see right there, the credits on them not looking too good. The rounds that they have lost are now definitely hurting them, even more so than before.
Yes, it is. And although you wouldn't say that it's almost the same situation that Reckoning Esports went through on both map number 1 and 2, this is a different scenario. And with the Deathmaker being on the rise and Badlove needs to make a very difficult course, he would end up being in demise. MW1 get the shot. They have good amount of information on Right to Ace's whereabouts, but is it more than enough to guarantee a win? Not quite sure. They're on the eco rounds. They only have sheriffs in hand, and they need to make these shots count. Deathmaker ensuring that none of those cheeky plays would be at the hands of Reckoning Esports, and he's just denying it. One by one through the wall. Deathmaker is insane. 3 kills. And Deadly is here to shut him down like that with the Sheriff, but it's not more than enough. Amaterasu comes back with the finale. Deadly is gone, and more so VLT. They are looking stronger than ever. 6-1. This guy's insane.
Deathmaker, I swear, something about Deathmaker just clicks sometimes. And when it does, my goodness. I mean, I know we were saying, that, hey, don't ignore the support players and don't ignore the, players who play control and whatnot, those who play the back end and whatnot, stuff for the team. And while that still remains true, I think that round was one of the reasons, like what we saw from Deathmaker was one of the reasons why fraggers are so hyped up, right? Because my goodness, that was not only a good play, but it was flashy as hell. That was so good to look at from Deathmaker. Just getting those kills. Deadly with the op. Currently holding over mid right now. Trying to find one and will do so. Amaterasu goes down. There goes MW1. 2 big drops right here. The attacking side. Shots fired. Badler will not lose that. Right to Ace goes down. And it's all now down to these final 2 attackers. Deathmaker got one. Got taken down. And it's all up to Helif. Well, okay, didn't even let me finish my sentence right there. Shut down from the side of Reckoning as they will take their second round after a while. They've lost so many rounds, but they will take their second finally, which will make it a 6-2, still pretty heavily in favor of Velocity Gaming.
It's heavily favoring for Velocity Gaming, 6-2. And for Reckoning Esports, I still gotta appreciate the amount of determination that they have on defense. Deadly and Bad Love. Bad Love is currently the one who's making those risky decisions, especially with the Sheriff. Although it doesn't work most of the time, he's still making an attempt for an opening pick. Hunter's Fury from Rio to see whether if he can get to take out Deathmaker. He's been pinged. Will he get taken out? No, he survives. And Deathmaker is at a very difficult place. Location's been compromised in Rio. Can he get a shot? No, he does not. How? How does Deathmaker get away from this? How is he getting away?
All right then. The chamber can do just about anything. I think I said that right before map number 1. And Deathmaker is, I don't know if he's on a mission to prove me right or something, but hey, I'll take it. We have Bad Love trying to take somebody from the tube side, but is unable to do so, has to fall back, but no, comes back around anyway. Finds Right to Ace, that's the controller down. And that Viper going down for the attackers means that they'll have to play with all of these lines of sight that are going to be in play for the attack, for the defenders right now. Suppression comes out as the null command is in, but Pixels comes out, finds MW1, that's a spike planter gone. There's Amaterasu on the floor as well. Deathmaker finds one in return. Bad Love is down.
30 seconds left.
Op misses, but Pixels goes up. Deathmaker finding Deadly. They're going to try and get Amaterasu back on his feet. No, not quite yet. Shots are fired, and Deathmaker just does not miss. Quad kill right now. Pixels, the last one standing, goes up to the top, gets Deathmaker. But Helif is right there to equalize. Not equalize, excuse me, get the trade and get the round as well. Deathmaker, literally staying true to his name right there. Quad kill once again, leading the charge for Velocity Gaming. 7-2. VLT are looking very strong on Icebox right now.
I seriously don't know what to say in that previous round, Jack. Alarmabot gets caught. He even gets tagged out from the Owl drone. He even has information from the Shock Dart itself. And somehow Deathmaker gets away with a kill and runs back safely. Not a single trade from Reckoning. You know how crucial was that in that previous round, and it clearly shows why Team Velocity Gaming is considered to be the best team in the South APAC region. Plays like that, man. And this situation that Reckoning Esports are in, 7-2, is even more dangerous. They have the Blade Storm, Deadly, and Pixels. Both of them are watching from behind, and with this lockdown being placed, this will give a chance for an attempt. Both Deadly and Pixels are ready, and they're waiting. They're waiting for Velocity to push. Bad Love is also there. All it needs is just an opening to take out right to ace. And Velocity, they expect this. They know what's happening. The push is also in. This is even more nervous from Reckoning Esports. They have to succeed or else VLT would put themselves on a huge deficit. Oh, there you go. Headshot. Right to ace goes down. No more lines of sights being looked around. And now it's post plant on Velocity.
Post plan, but the 4v5 for Velocity, will they be able to overcome this as you still have Deadly and Pixels coming around the back? The shots are fired. Deadly's got the Blaze Storm ready. Hellup giving away his position. MW1 does not lose that. Pixels goes down, and there goes Bad Love, but Rio's still alive. Deadly also contesting away. One knife remaining in the Blade Storm as MW1 will heal himself back up. Shots fired, but no, Hellup will win that instead. MW1 gets the revive on right to ace. Deathmaker finds Rio, and it's all down to the enemy Sage. Harsh, the last one standing. It was a trade game until the very end, but the trades went the way of the attacking team. Velocity Gaming will walk away with a round win. There you go. Everybody will save their guns as well. More importantly for Harsh, there will be a Vandal still in play going in to now the 11th round. 10 rounds of play have happened. 8-2 is the scoreline. And Velocity once again have a 6-round lead.
When speed's in favor for Velocity, you cannot stop them. Not a single break will be used from Velocity's end. They will keep growing. They will keep using that momentum, and no one's going to stop them. Suppression is in. 2 informations regarding the whereabouts on the site. This is not looking good from Reckoning's end. They tried so many things. Bad Love tried so many attempts from the Sheriffs. Although he did get away 1 or 2 kills, maybe we could find one from Harsh's end. But this time shutting down Deathmaker, this is crucial. This is necessary for Reckoning Esports because that opening pick, removing Deathmakers out, will put a bit of a relief for Reckoning's end, but you still need to be careful for right to ace. You still need to be careful for Helef, not to even mention MW1, who is so confident has the Sentinel role. 15 kills from Deathmaker, and with him being eliminated, Reckoning Esports can now take a breather.
For the time being, that is, as they have quite a bit more to do. Right to ace is just waiting in the wings, walking towards the site, completely unaware that Pixels is right here. All Pixels has to do is turn around, and he'll see him. But no, Pixels is preoccupied with anybody approaching on the A gate. As we have right to ace inside the site. He gets a big opening right there with that gun, the Phantom. And Rio is now down, but Pixels gets the Sova nonetheless. Hellup will go down, and there we go. The cross is in into the Viper's Pit, and he gets the shot. Right to ace is down, and the Viper's Pit will go down as well. MW1 coming in towards the site. The turret didn't see him. Amaterasu gets Deadly. In the meanwhile, 2v3. Defenders still have the man count advantage as it's all down to Amaterasu, the last one standing. Got one, but couldn't get the other. Harsh will shut him down, and a thrifty round for Reckoning Esports will allow them one more point on the scoreboard as they go into the last round before the half. 3-8 down. They can make it 4-8 going to the second half. But Velocity will not be happy about the way that the last round went.
Yeah, it is the last round of the first half. 8-3. Icebox. For now, you could say that Reckoning Esports have things under control when it comes to economic growth. Same thing cannot be said to VLT. Deathmaker, he'll be having his tour de force, but he'll be having a stinger for the last round. I can understand why, but even more so, Pixels is not going to let VLT inside the A side at all, especially with that Viper spread. Things will be even much more difficult for Team Velocity, but maybe, just like I talked about the controller, MW1 picking out Viper like that gives a huge opening for them. They get to enter the A side, and even more so, the controller is downed.
Yeah, that's a big one right there. The Sage does have her ultimate, so revive can happen, mind you, for Reckoning Esports. They can still get that controller back, but that, of course, depends on where Harsh is relative to where the Viper went down. Not close enough, methinks. That's why they're probably not going for it, not just yet. Now, there is a couple of attackers. There are a couple of attackers actually going away towards the B-bomb site. but they're going to see those utilities that are being the alarmer bot, and of course the excuse me, the turret probably that Killjoy is placing down utilities basically on the B site.
30
Here we
seconds
go,
left.
lockdown coming in from the KO. VLT wants to emphasize on this. Shots fired, but so many people peeking Rio. And Battle of goes down as well from Amtarasu's end. Here's the push in. MW1 with a beautiful shot at a Hirsch. And Deadly's the last one standing. Gets one with the op. But the spike is going to be on the floor any second now. He needs to find so many players. He's dashing around, but to no avail. Right to Ace will get the final kill. And Deadly will go down. A 9-3 first half. The most dominant we've seen from either side in this matchup, folks. 9-3 to Velocity Gaming. There'll be defense in the second half as a timeout for 1 minute has been called for, oh boy, to be taken into consideration, excuse me, in this match.
And the mind games that Velocity played. The null command was popped out from the B side, and yet somehow that distraction was more than enough for Velocity to win. Granted, Reckoning Esports, they did held their ground. They know that they will make a split push like this, but whew, it was a close round nonetheless. Reckoning Esports, they've made their best share of efforts to hold their ground, but you could say that a 9-3 curse is in effect, Jack. So you know what it means.
Oh boy.
9-3 curse. This curse is popularly known for the offensive side who has a major disadvantage to come back and win the round. And now it's on Reckoning. The map is also on Icebox. If miracles happen for Reckoning Esports, especially on this deciders, man, we might be in for a tough ride.
I mean, all things considered, yeah. If that 9-3 curse, that is, if it comes into effect, then boy, oh boy, we might have a match on our hands. But the question is, are Reckoning going to be able to put it into effect? See, here's the thing. The condition for the curse has been met, right? But it depends on whether or not the team that is currently in the deficit is going to be able to actually bring it to effect. They need to win a couple of rounds, put pressure on the team that has the lead, and then you can truly say that the curse is probably in effect. Here we go, suppression knife. Well, good place for it to be, but doesn't quite find anyone, I think, as Rio's drone's gonna go out. Deathmaker coming around towards the mid, gets one. Deadly, bad love. Oh my goodness, the headhunter doesn't quite get a third though. Pixels will get the trade back, but MW1 finds Rio in the meanwhile. Pop flashes out, and Amaterasu is gonna go down instead. Pixels still alive, still taking kills. 3 kills right now for that player, but they will go down nonetheless. Right to Ace will shut them down, as it was very much an aggressive push from Velocity right into attacker spawn to shut them down before the round could even begin. And credit where credit is due, it worked out. Deathmaker with the headhunter getting 2 kills, 2 very important opening kills as well. And Pixels was the only one who even fought back in that round, getting 3 of his own. But other than that, not much to say for the first pistol round in the second half for Reckoning Esports. It's a 10-3. 3 rounds now. That's all that remains for Velocity to wrap up this best of 3.
Marshall's being picked up from Bad Love. We've seen Bad Love in this situation. And with that tag, gives some information regarding Red to Ace's location though. But here comes the denial of those utilities, the snake bite, the denials, and somehow BT saying so. Ace! You mad lad! What was that? Oh Jesus! Bad Love. You could say that Bad Love is in a very bad situation though, because that was unexpected. Ooh, sheesh.
Now,
I mean, I can understand it was classics, but man, I did not expect Ace to make such a ridiculous flicks like that. Ooh,
once
man.
again, it's a VLT player in a corner of the site, completely unknown to the attackers, that absolutely shuts down the attacking team. And would you look at that, both times today it has happened to Reckoning Esports. They Oh man,
30
they will not be
seconds
happy.
left.
As it's very much looking like an 11-3 right now. I mean, a 1v5 is never impossible, so to speak, but for Bad Love, the situation is tense. All you've got is a Marshall. Not much in terms of abilities. You know, you have... Okay, one kill. There we go. One is taken. Right base will go down. Position is given away. Marshall's firing. Hip fire, hip fire, hip fire. There we go. Deathmaker will get the shot finally. Kind of having a little bit of a goof, a little bit of a gap. We joke around these parts. But 11-3. As the timeout has been taken once again, this time from Reckoning. I mean, I would say they need this, but they've taken 2 timeouts before this, and not much has come of it. So, I don't really know what to say at this point.
As we did take a look at the instant replay itself, man, those shots from right to ace, that spray transfer, man. You always love to see that. You would love to see that. But all in all, in the end, we will see a timeout being requested from the coach side of Reckoning Esports Mahogany. They're in a dire situation. It is 11-3. BLT requires 2 more round wins to secure the deciders and give them the win. What can Reckoning Esports do? They don't have much economy growth. They don't even have enough amount of weapons to proceed, although Bad Love did succeed in getting the alt orb and getting the kill, which would put himself on 4-7. He needs 3 more kills to get the lockdown initiated. But, man, being in a dire situation like this, do you really think that there is a chance for Reckoning Esports to come back, Jack?
I mean, never say never, right? But at the same time, I don't really know if Reckoning can actually bring this back, and that's not me doubting. That's not me, you know, being like, oh, VLT. No, I will always say that a team can bring a round back. I will always say that anytime, at any point, as long as it's a competitive match and both teams are playing their absolute hearts out, a comeback is always possible. But I have my reservations about saying that for Reckoning right now, because of the way that they have looked in general in this map. They've looked tired, they've looked out of it, they just haven't quite all been there. As we have the push being prepared this time around, going in towards the site of A, but to no avail. As you have, of course, the swarm grenades, the Viper wall, the Sage wall now, all in an effort to try and block off lines of sight and push in. Deadly has got to be careful of the snake bite that's here. Amaterasu jumps down to get a kill. Isn't quite able to. Deadly will take that instead. Amaterasu now on the floor. Deathmaker with the Headhunter, trying to find one. Right to ace finds Deadly nonetheless, right under the rafters. But no, Hersh and Pixels get 2. That's a couple of very good kills right there. 3-4v2 actually. And Luan will heal up, heal lift just a little bit. Hersh doesn't know it, but he's staring right at that player. Shots are fired, but no MW1 caught on the turnaround, and Hersh with 2 gets a triple. And it is another round for Reckoning. They've put their 4th round on board now. 11-4 is the round count. Admittedly, this round looked a little scuffed from Velocity. They looked a little bit... I won't say out of it, but they looked a little bit, I will say, not quite as organized as, I guess you could say, as they normally do. But other than that, they were still able to, you know, get in there, cause a bit of chaos, but not enough to win the round. Reckoning, they'll be happy with this, but still, there's a long way to go.
It's a long way for Reckoning Esports to equalize it to at least 11-11, and MW1 and also Deathmaker, who's just playing quite aggressively to see whether they can get an opening pick. He will succeed in doing so by taking out Deadly. MW1, even if he's playing as a Sentinel or a Duelist, he always gets his job done. Now the main question here for Reckoning Esports is that since Deadly is gone, the execution power will be a bit less, and for Velocity, it will be more of a boon for them, unless and until if they get their timing right. If they get the information regarding the execute on the B side, that would be more than enough for for Team Velocity Gaming to take things under control. But you still need to be careful on those smokes that you have from the controller, the pixels. He has the Viper Spit. All Reckoning has to do is get control, use the Viper Spit, force them on a post plant, and And they'll do exactly that. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the execute. Everything is on. The Viper Spit is available. And somehow right to Ace gets to take out
30
Hush.
seconds left.
He had the spike in hand. And with him being gone, it's Bad Love who needs to do the initiative. The smoke is still alive. Bad Love is going in for the plant. And somehow the denial from Velocity is too powerful. It is too powerful. 2v4, they're losing bodies right then and there, and right to Ace. He needs to hold his ground, and he will do evidently that. Amaterasu with the final frag. Pixels did his best share of efforts to hold his ground, but it is not enough. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Velocity are on match point, 12-4. One more round win, and we will see Team Velocity Gaming claim to be the victors on this matchup. We've had such a long match, all the way from 5 p.m. Now it's 8:30. Jesus. Decider map. And it's Team Velocity Gaming who are on the front who's currently on the front line.
Oh, absolutely. On the front line entirely. Velocity Gaming pretty much have this match by the scruff of the neck. They are looking to win it. Oh, right to Ace. Where are you going? Suppression or not, Deadly is still, well, Deadly gets another one. Amaterasu will now be down. MW1 unaware of the push from Deadly, but no, will go down nonetheless. MW1 will be taken out by Hirsch as, yeah, but Aleph will get one. Bad Love goes down. Deadly will be brought back into the fold thanks to the revive coming in. As the shots are fired, Deathmaker gets one. He's slowed as anything right now, but he's still contesting away. Aleph position given away. Still gets that kill. It's now a 1v2 as the shots are fired, but no, the teleport out. Deathmaker at probably the best possible time. The spike is going to be planted here and now. The decay is going to cause him to lose a little bit of HP, but he's on 14 anyway, so it's not like that mattered too much. He has to drop down. He has to get this, and he gets that shot. Oh no, it's a 1v1. Deadly, you better not miss this shot. And he won't, okay. Tense as anything. Match point or not, Reckoning are still fighting. You can still see it in these rounds. I can't even say last few, because if I make that prediction and then we end up going to like overtime or something, I'll look like a clown. But 12-5, Reckoning still have taken 5 rounds. They are still in the running, but series point to Velocity, and they are just 1 round away from closing this out.
1 round away for Velocity, and Reckoning, they'll just play it safe for now. There's a lot of contest being made from the A side, which means that Deathmaker, he'll be giving some good information regarding their whereabouts when he's in towards B Garage, but he might not have information on Bad Love's whereabouts. So if he gets picked out by surprise, and if they get to take out Deathmaker at the right time, then this will look good. But Helef, ooh, Rio goes down. No more info, no more owl drones to give them vital information for them to succeed on their execute. Amaterasu is still present with the fragment as well as the grenade, as well as the flashbangs. So he will be safe, but time is what I'm merely afraid of for Reckoning Esports. They're losing a lot. 50 seconds for the attackers to make their push, and you could say that Velocity Gaming, they're looking fine as ever.
Absolutely. Velocity is chilling in the side right now with 0 issues to them whatsoever. Amaterasu sends the flash out, sends another grenade out as well. As here we have the Hunter Fury coming in. It does, oh, dear me, that's a little unfortunate for Helef right there. Finds Amaterasu instead.
30 seconds
but
left.
does, I think he may have at least tagged the KJ right there. Other than that, VLT Helef will come in, gets Pixels, and it's all now down to this 2v4. Deadly and the KJ. The last hope right here for Reckoning. Here we have the Blaze Storm coming in, but no, he missed, and Helef will not. Gets the kill. It's all done a battle of the last one standing, but as the Viper Spit goes down, so do the hopes of Reckoning. Velocity Gaming are your winners here, folks, as they will take the match in a 2-1 fashion in the best of 3, and they will be the ones to also win, of course, the Decider map in a 13-5 fashion. What started as a 13-9 to Reckoning Esports ends as a 13-5. Reckoning, unfortunately, all out of steam by the end of the match. They couldn't quite hold on to the momentum that they had and the amazing plays they showed us on map 2. Ascent not an Icebox, and there was, of course, a little bit of the disparity in experience showing on this map for these two teams. Unfortunate as it is, but hey, Reckoning, you still have more matches to go. You still might be able to get enough points on the board to qualify for the LAN. But we'll talk about that later. Let's go into the highlights. Talk about the map. Barbagusta, a finish, and a good one at that, too. What is a long match.
Yeah, it was indeed a long match. Boy, oh boy, did we get to see Team Velocity perform at its finest. I could say the same thing towards Reckoning Esports too. They made that fine share of plays from Deadly's, and we even saw performance from Bad Love making those risky decisions, and eventually those risky decisions would end up being in their favor. But man, they've done it all. They've tried their efforts, but when you know you're up against Deathmaker and Right to Ace, what can you do? What can you do?
I mean, I would say the same goes for the entirety of that Velocity lineup, you know? Like, when you're up against them and they're performing like they did, I would say, on map 2, I'm not necessarily going to say that the map 1 performance, Haven performance, was bad or anything. They actually had a pretty good performance there. They showed us some really good rounds, but again, it wasn't all quite there for them. But map 2, especially in that second half, my goodness, they showed us quite the performance in map number 2. Velocity Gaming, and of course on Icebox, it was nearly a domination as in. Most rounds actually came close to 1v3s and 1v2s, but unfortunately for Reckoning, it just was never there for them. At the end of the day, they will lose out the round, and thus the map, and thus the match as well. 13-5, and my goodness, that play from Right to Ace. Deathmaker did it. Right to Ace has done it. Amaterasu from the back with a triple kill earlier in Icebox as well. Just every single player in Velocity has a chance to completely clutch out and deny any opportunity you have to win the round. Or the match, for that matter. They are just that good, folks. That is the kind of team that we're talking about here. Reckoning, in the meanwhile, they will have to continue to improve. They'll have to go back to the drawing board, find out where they went wrong here, and improve going into their next match. The tournament, of course, continues on, as it were, in these group stages. But for the time being, folks, this match has come to an end. 13-5 at the final map, and a 2-1. Velocity Gaming, congratulations on their second win in the group stages. As you can see, the stats coming out here for all of our viewers to enjoy. Deadly and Deathmaker, clearly the standard performance from both teams. And look at Deathmaker, man. 21-11-2. And Helef and Amaterasu, of course, doing what they do. Right to Ace as well, 16-13. Deadly, in the meanwhile, 16-17, but the rest of the team kind of not really having a good map, especially Rio right there. 3-15 for Rio. Not the best performance for the side of Reckoning, but hey, they gave it their all, and they should at least be happy about that.
Yep, you gotta appreciate Reckoning Esports to be on a decider, especially when you're up against the top titans of the SA region. And look at that, the MVP, Deathmaker, the rising star for this for the SA region. 21 kills with the chamber, and we all know what exactly happened on map number 2. Man, he is insane. Can't really wait for the next future matches which should happen from their end, but boy, oh
Yeah.
boy, was it an amazing match, Jack. And there you go. That is our first match done and dusted, folks. But let's not forget, we still have a second group stage matchups, and that will be Team Anadi Army, who will go up against Revenant Esports. And this will be an amazing matchup to look at. Who will proceed into the next phase? Who will have a spot into the lands? That will be a biggest question to ask, but we already have that answer to that. If you guys want to head on into the land stages, all you got to do is check the link in the description below. Check the pinned comments. Make sure you get your free tickets for the TC LAN event, which will be one of the most biggest LAN event in this region. And we really can't wait to see you guys. There you go. The map results: 13-9, 16-4, 13-5 at the hands of Team Velocity Gaming. And boy, oh boy, was it an exciting match to cast, Jack.
Absolutely. It was a wonderful, wonderful game to cast. And with that, of course, you have the standings right here. 2 matches, 2 Velocity Gaming, 2 wins, that is. Reckoning Esports currently going 1-1. Lethal Esports and Enigma trailing behind. They are yet to win a game. And on the other side, of course, you have in Group A Orangutan with 2-0. Revenant, I think they are yet to play. Metal Esports and Anadi Army once again trailing behind as they have a loss each. So those teams are going to have to fight their hearts out, especially the bottom 2 for each group right about now. Metal Esports, Anadi Army, Lethal Esports, and Enigma Gaming. They have to put a win on board for themselves, equalize with the other teams that are in these standings, and try and improve their standings overall to try and get a spot in that land. The top 4 from both groups are the ones who go into the lands, folks. So mind you, there's not too many spots. So these teams have to really fight it out for those top 4 spots. With all that being said, as it were, folks, I believe that is going to do it for this match that we just had, as the victory goes to Velocity Gaming. I was going to say Velocity Esports. I don't want to make that mistake. Velocity Gaming 2-1 over Reckoning. And that has been it for myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Babagusta. And, that's a good match to start casting Valorant with. I will say that much. An honor, actually, to cast a match like this. But we're going to be taking a little bit of a breather here at the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Crucial and our broadcast partner, Loco. And once again, a reminder to check the link down in the description below, pin comments and socials for the tickets for the LAN event, the TEC Arena in Bangalore, 12th, 13th, and 14th of August. We'll see you there. There's plenty of events to take part in. But until the next match, we're going to be taking a quick break. Stay tuned.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.